Good evening. Thank you all for being here in person, and also for those that may be attending by Zoom. We have a full agenda tonight, and we look forward to getting to these items. I'm Adam Block. I'm chair of the Needham Planning Board, and finding a quorum, I call this meeting to order. This meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted in a hybrid manner consistent with state regulations, and it's being recorded. All supporting materials for this meeting, including the agenda, are available on the town's website at needhamma.gov. Before we get into our agenda items, I asked Artie this earlier, just thinking through our agenda and timing. Natasha, do you have any comments or questions on either of the two decisions that we're looking to vote tonight? Do you have any comments or questions on the ZBA, the 5 ZBA cases? Okay. Yeah. Jean, do you have any comments on the two decisions?
I have no comments on the two decisions.
Do you have any comments on the ZBA cases?
There's one ZBA case.
I don't want to go into the detail. I just want to know if you have any.
Yes, I had a comment on one.
Okay, just one comment on one.
A comment or a suggestion for a question to be asked about it.
Very good. Okay, good. That's helpful for me to think through the timing for tonight. Paul, do you have?
I have no issues with the decisions. I have to look at the ZBA again. I did have some questions. I didn't know whether I really wanted to make comment, but I thought that there were some things that kind of stood out, and I thought maybe we would want to discuss amongst the 5 of us.
Okay. So recognizing that, before we take up our hearing in a moment, we do have a very busy agenda. We have 2 public hearings, one that will commence presently, and another dealing with 4 zoning articles that the planning board's taken to town meeting. Plus we have 2 decisions and 5 ZBA cases. And ordinarily I'd like to be done by 10 o'clock. It's kind of weary on us after, but I'm gonna do a hard stop at 11 o'clock tonight. And then we'll start our hearing for town meeting articles at 7:45. In order to maintain our timeline to present the articles for town meeting, we'd have to vote to close the hearing tonight, but we'll keep the hearing open only to receive additional public comment through the end of play on Friday of this week. And then we expect, I think, on Friday of next week to reconvene and then vote our final language on the zoning articles. So that's the general ground rules, I guess, for tonight. We'll get into some other items as we make our way through the agenda tonight. But the first item on our agenda tonight is a public hearing for an amendment to major project special permit number 93-3 with Wingate as the petitioner in respect of a property located at 589 Highland Avenue to permit a 3rd floor to house an additional 22 independent living units, in addition to the 55 that the board had previously approved, including 9 affordable units, which equals about 12.5%. So with that, I'd like to invite the folks from Wingate up, and with us tonight for the petitioner is attorney Evans Huber, architect Andrew Stebbins. I did that well. From TAT. Do we have an engineer with us tonight? Brendan by remote. Okay, Brandon Lee.
Kelly Engineering.
Very good. And then a traffic engineer, Kirsten Broad. Is she going to be here by remote?
Yeah, we're not planning to have either of them affirmatively present, but they're available to answer questions if they need.
Okay. And then we have David Feldman from Wingate, and we have Tom Miner for Hawk Landscaping, I believe. So with that, Evans, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Okay. All right. So, thank you. The summary that you just gave was pretty close to the introduction that I was going to make to our application. We're applying for an amendment to the special permit for this property, which you have previously approved, the change in use to what was going to be 55 IL units. Now we're proposing to add a third floor. So I am going to try to keep my comments really brief and move to our two consultants who will be presenting, architect and landscape. And then at the end, I'll make some comments about things that I'd like to draw your attention to. So with that, I'm just going to ask Andrew to discuss the architectural aspects of this application.
Sure, thanks, Evans. Andrew Stebbins, for the record, TAT, associate at TAT, for the architects, back with the architects for the original.
Could you please speak into the mic a little more? I'm getting word from the Needham channel.
Sorry, let me start again. Andrew Stebbins from TAT, associate at TAT, we're the architects. I'm going to run through the architectural presentation quickly here. We actually, the project's been in front of the board without the third floor addition, so I'll try to address things quickly. So just as the place locus plan, we're here at the corner of Highland and Gould. It's an existing, a former skilled nursing facility, a block and plank with exterior veneer. You can see the brick masonry veneer, red and yellow brick. Done in the mid-90s. So I'm just going to run through the plans quickly here, and really the basement first and second really haven't really changed since our last in front of you. So I'll run through this really quickly. So the basement level will have some new common area programming. You can see on the upper right, theater, fitness, a salon, maker space, a golf simulator, and a pet washroom. And then the existing utility rooms are pretty much.
That's funny.
The utility rooms are pretty much staying in the same spot, in the same locations here. So some additional storage.
That's the lower level?
That's the basement level. So yeah, there's only a
That's
partial.
unchanged.
Unchanged from the previous submission. So you can see the two elevators in the middle, the two box elevator and elevator 2. It is a partial basement. It doesn't go through the whole footprint. So this is the first level. So on the left side is the visitor entry, converting the entrance turnaround into a landscape element, which Tom from Hawk will review. Resident entry adjacent to the resident parking at the top of the page. Pretty simple concept, lining the exterior walls with independent units, and then converting the interior spaces to more common area programming. We got a coffee bar, a lounge area, the mail area, and a game room / card room. And then there's an exterior terrace up in the upper right here. Second floor, once again, and really changed from last time, but real quickly, very similar concept, bringing the exterior walls with the independent units with common areas on the interior. Demonstration pub, private dining room, a lounge, card room, and then there's also another roof terrace on this level, elevated over the roof below. And so the next plan is really the new addition. So 22 additional units from the 50 we had below. So 72 units total. We have no common areas here. So we pulled the footprint in these two areas on the upper right and the lower left. So it doesn't go to the exterior wall at all locations. I just wanted to run through some real quickly some of the plans. Really only 3 studios in the project, about an average of 540 square feet. 1 beds, they are preponderance of one bedrooms. I think there's 57% of one bedrooms. They range from 520 to 777 square feet. And then we have one bed plus dens with some deeper units just from the existing configurations. About 29% of the units, or 21 total, 720 to 1,079. And then the two beds here, you see the design is to have a living room in the center with two bedroom suites on either side. And those are about 10% of the units, 7 units total, 886 square feet to 971 square feet. So talk about the addition and the exterior design. So really, one of the primary goals is to give a real refresh. Like I said, it was built in the mid '90s. Really needs new windows and a refresh. And so really, the approach is really to get away from sort of the cream colors and the whites and the and those earth tones and go something with more that's more sort of transitional or contemporary. So switching out the windows for, dark charcoal, almost black windows, and then the addition with a series of grays and whites. Yeah, so this is the view from Gould. Tom will talk a little bit about the entrance. There's entrance patio. You can see the trellis structure there. This is a view looking down the other way from Gould towards Highland. I think we've done a nice job modulating the existing building and actually enhancing what was there. Series of the reddish brick is to remain, and then the spaces in between are painted brick to, like I said, get away from the yellows. And then going with a series of different siding just to create interest. This is the view from the resident parking area. Once again, Tom will speak a little bit to the parking that we deleted and replaced with landscaping. And here's a closer up view of the new resident entrance. So it's a slide that we provided to the DRB support of our presentation. Just, light horizontal clap siding, light mist, panel siding with metal trims. Certain areas have Juliet balconies, so really trying to get the eye to move around the facade with a variety of colors and material treatments, and asphalt shingles, replacing the existing, just giving that a refresh as well. There's very limited areas that have the asphalt shingles. So that really is the architectural piece. So I'll hand it over to Tom to talk about the site.
Good evening, board members. Tom Miner, Hawk Design, landscape architect. Briefly, these are the areas we'll be addressing in our renovation work. We have the existing drop-off here, an existing sunken loading dock here, parking along the side of the building here, and the raised elevated patio on the back side. Quickly, we're looking to turn the drop-off area into a resident seating area. We'll be reducing the paving probably by, I'm guessing, around 40%. You'll see we're bringing landscape and lawn out from the building to give some more buffer area to these residences right on this ground floor here. We'll be resealing and restriping the paved parking lot here. New foundation plants along the sidewalk. As we come over to the existing loading dock, we're going to fill that in, introduce foundation plants, lawn, and some new trees. As we come into the backside and to the secondary entrance, we have parking spaces here that will be turning into green space. And we have parking spaces, 10 parking spaces over here that will be turning into the lawn and new trees and new shrubs. When we repave this drive aisle, we'll be restriping these 4 spaces here to 2 handicap spaces and 2 short-term parking spaces, and we'll be upgrading this sidewalk so that it's ADA compliant. As we come around the back side here, we have this existing elevated patio that we're going to replace the pavers. We'll be replacing the safety rail along the wall, introducing a new grill station, fire pit, and new shrubs. And last but not least is a new generator in this location here that we'll be screening with evergreen shrubs. I do want to make note that, as you can see, all these existing trees at the perimeter, we have no plans to touch whatsoever. And as we rework this front entrance, we'll evaluate the existing plantings here. I'm showing mostly new plantings now. There's some rhododendrons in this area here that may be worth saving, but ideally we'd like to replace these all and do some more mass planting so that the sign stands out a little bit more. Here we go. No, perfect. This shows you a view of what it could look like. We've got evergreen shrubs as a foreground plant that'll be obviously forever evergreen, so that it's we don't have a lot of exposed bark mulch. We'll keep our perennials and annuals in front of the sign to draw the attention to the sign, and we'll mass plant flowering shrubs in the back and some evergreens to give some privacy to the seating area. We are proposing a fan-shaped trellis structure here to provide some overhead for the residents. That'll be sitting on a 24-inch high seat wall along the back to give some additional privacy and some separation to the intersection. And we'll also have a focal point inside, whether it's landscaping or a trickle fountain or some artwork. And it'll be protected by some bollards on this side here from any backing traffic. With that, I'll turn it back over to Evans.
So, thank you both. So there's just a few things I'd like to draw the board's attention to as you're considering this application. The first is that we've already been in front of the DRB. They've submitted a memo, and they did have a few comments looking for perhaps either some more native species or some more drought-resistant planting. And Tom's going to be looking at that and to try to address the board's comments on that. But apart from that, their bottom line comment at the end of their memo, I'm not sure if you had a chance to read it, is that overall they strongly approve of the building addition and the landscape plan. Engineering has only asked for some calculations demonstrating that we meet our required stormwater capacity, and our engineering firm, Kelly Engineering, has provided those calculations. There's no comment from fire, building, or Board of Health. With respect to parking, the parking requirement on site for this type of use is half a space per unit. And that would result in a required parking supply of 39 spaces when you include the staff, the anticipated staffing. We are actually going to considerably exceed that. Right now, there's 98 spaces on the site. We're going to be eliminating 17 of them, so there will be 81 in total. That Tom referred to. We'll be taking away some of those parking spaces immediately adjacent to the building on the backside, so that cars are not parked facing in. with their headlights shining into people's apartments. So the net result is there will be 81 spaces for 72 units. So that's 1 space per unit, which is twice the requirement, plus a few extra. Among the materials that we submitted to you is our zoning and parking table. And the bottom line takeaway from that is that this proposal meets every dimensional requirement and every element of parking area design. So we are not asking for any waivers with respect to any dimensional or parking design requirements. The traffic analysis that we submitted indicates that even with the proposed 72 IL units, they will generate less traffic during all time periods than the previous 142-bed skilled nursing facility. So those are some points that we'd like you to keep in mind as you're considering this application. Because of the size of the construction on the 3rd floor, we need to go through the major project site plan review process with you. And so we are asking for approval of this project through major project site plan review and an amendment to the existing special permit, because independent living is a special permit use in this elder services zoning district. I'm not sure if it got mentioned, but we will be, as part of our proposal, we are proposing that 12.5% of the units be affordable. So it's 72 units, 12.5% is 9 units. So of the 72, 9 will be affordable in accordance with the town's regulations on that topic. So with that, we'd like to see if the board has any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll just note for the record the town correspondence that we've received on this file and other correspondence. We have 2 letters dated February 3 from Attorney Huber. We have a copy of a letter from Engineer Kirsten Broad dated January 25, summarizing the traffic impact. We have a letter from Mr. Feldman from Wingate affirming Wingate's compliance with NPDES control measures, stormwater management. Letter dated February 27th from Tom Ryder, town engineer, discussing stormwater requirements. An email dated March 2 from Chief Schlittler that the police are okay with the updated proposal. An email dated March 2 from the Assistant Public Health Director, Tara Gurge, that the Health Department doesn't have any additional comments from their review of the previous amendment to convert to independent living. We have a letter dated March 6 from our Building Commissioner, David Roach, acknowledging that the project will comply with all codes and that the site plan will be slightly modified as you've outlined, and that he agrees with the traffic impact assessment. We have a memo from the DRB, as Attorney Huber had mentioned, dated February 28. We also have an email dated March 5 from Chief Conroy from the fire department. They're okay with the plan. Let's see.
Do you mind turning off your screen share until you need to use it again, just so they can see the whole room, everyone watching?
And then, and so that's what we received. Ordinarily, we would now go to the planning board for comment, but in light of our priorities tonight, what I'd like to do at this time is, does anyone in the room that would like to ask questions, or if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to ask any questions or have any comment? I see we have 2 hands up, so I'll try and alternate. We have our typical ground rules for public comment. We ask that you address your remarks to the chair. In the event to try and hear from as many people as possible, we're asking people to keep to a 3-minute or so for speaking. If a question comes up, we won't necessarily answer it in the moment. We'll ask Alex to be able to make a note of the question, then we can come back and answer some of the questions in a group session, so we can do all of that at once, so we can get through as many people as possible. And we ask you to state your name and address for the record. So I see we have 2 hands up on Zoom and nothing in the room. So first I'll go to Carol, who has their hand up. We do have hands up. I will come back to you. I'm going to alternate. I'm going to go back and forth between the room and Zoom, and that rhymed on purpose. All right. First, let's go with Carol.
We need to tell her that she has to accept the carryover. Does she have to accept something? Carryover?
Yeah, everybody has to accept it.
So while we are waiting for Carol to come over with a technical thing, who in the room would like to speak first? Gentleman with your hand, the other gentleman.
Go ahead, no, go ahead. Sure.
All right.
You know what we'll do?
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Begin with your name and.
Sure. Yeah, hi, I'm Terence Ryan, 79 Evelyn Road, Needham. I live close by to Wingate. Worked with Dave Feldman in the past. It's been, good dealing with Wingate and Dave. The one thing with the additional units I'm concerned about is the traffic. I know the traffic study was done, but just with the construction as well as the tenants. So with all that's going on in the area, you have the N2 corridor project, which is still being completed, on Highland Ave and Needham Street. And there's the former Muzzy site, Bullfinch project, which I'm assuming construction is going to start in the next year, or 2, and then probably run for a couple of years, depending on, when they build that, the 2 offices, if they do it in phases or not. And the third thing is the MWRA tunnel redundancy program. I don't think it's part of your guys' purview, but they're going to dig or tunnel down about 350 feet with the tunnel shaft right next to the Muzzy site on that arm ramp. So there's going to be a good amount of traffic, over the next 10 years. The MWRA project runs from 2027 to 2040, so it's a good amount of traffic. So just whenever the construction is being built, especially with the 3rd floor, I'm assuming there's more construction equipment that's needed. So if there's some way that the construction can be coordinated such that there's just not a lot of traffic being brought onto the either Gould or Highland Ave.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Carol, we'll try you one more time, and if not, we'll move to the next person by Zoom.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
have a question that kind of relates to traffic, because I noticed something on the plan that reminded me, and I have a question that you probably know the answer to more than anybody, because the main entrance is on Gould Street, which I believe is directly across Gould Street from one of the entrances.
That's right.
To the Bullfinch property. Am I remembering that they're going to be putting a traffic light at that intersection?
They will.
Yeah. Those two.
That's right.
Those 2 entrances.
That's right.
That should relieve the traffic issues considerably, because there's going to be a lot of in and out of traffic with those 2
Right.
driveways being right across from
Right.
each other. So I wanted to clarify that there will be a traffic light there.
Thank you for clarifying. That's right.
No, good.
Are we able to get Carol over? We've tried, right?
Yeah.
So let's, okay, that's fine, Alex. So the second person I'd like to bring over is Paramit Singh. I might need
Coming over.
binoculars.
I don't think that'll help you.
She's coming.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the chance to speak. I live at 77 Putnam Street, right behind the proposed site. My question is, it wasn't discussed where the dumpster is going to be. Dumpster is right behind our houses, and that has created a big problem, rats and rodents in the past. Could they address that issue as well?
We will ask him to. Thank you very much.
You're very
Do you have
welcome.
Do you have any other comments or questions, Mr. Singh?
No, that is pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'd now like to come to,
Let them answer the question.
Well,
I'd
said-
like to see where the dumpsters are.
I understand that. We'll get to that. I just want to be able to get as much public comment in as possible. We may have to continue the hearing. We'll get to that. The next gentleman.
Thanks. Dan Goldberg, 188 Tudor Road, Needham. So I was the long-term care ombudsman covering all the nursing homes in Needham for 15 years. So I've probably been in that facility and Aver and the other project before you more than anyone. I'm strongly in favor of more independent living in this town. The demand is unbelievable. Just this week, they broke ground right over the line in Newton at Two Life Communities for 165 unit independent living. It's a little modeled like North Hill, but there's 500 people on the waiting list there. The demand for independent living is unbelievable. On my street on Tudor Road, no one has been able to move to any place in Needham because there's nothing on one floor for independent living. So I'm strongly in favor of this. My only concern is parking, because when it was a nursing home and I used to go there, I often had to park across Highland Avenue in the residential area. So I'm not quite sure taking away 17 spaces is a great idea. And I'm not quite sure, and I'm not up to date because the assisted living wasn't there then, whether there's extra parking there. So I'm not giving an opinion on that, but I'm strongly in favor of this project.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We still have Carol. We don't have anyone else on Zoom. Want to try Carol one more time and then we'll go.
Does she get a pop-up that tells her what to do?
So Carol, if you can hear us, you have to accept the acknowledgement to be able to come over to the panelist side and speak, if you can hear us.
And you've sent several. All right, so next, I'm gonna ask Colleen. You had your hand up before. Holly will come to you after.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleen Schaller, Avon Circle, also the chair of the Needham Council on Aging Board of Directors. Unfortunately, because of the schedule of our meetings, my board has not been able to discuss this. But knowing how adamant we are about having more independent living in Needham, we're meeting tomorrow night. And I'm sure that it will be heartily approved. So I just wanted to add that to this conversation, that it's a vital thing for Needham, and we're looking forward to having more room for seniors to go.
For clarity, when you just mentioned independent living, you mean independent living in particular for the senior population?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. We've tried Carol. We'll continue to try Carol. In the meantime, Holly, would you like to come to the table and?
Hi, I'm Holly Clark. I live at 1652 Central Avenue, and my comment also connects over to traffic. I was also surprised that the report didn't discuss the impact of the Muzzy and the other projects, but also of our housing plan, which talks about the MBTA changes, which will create more density in this area. And I'm not saying that we would say no to this project because of that, but it seems to me it would be a good practice to start thinking about those changes. In a typical parking study, you'd say, are there any projects coming up in the next 8 years, and what would make, what would impact us? And for Wingate itself, those folks will also be impacted by these changes. And it may be that there can be a forward-looking plan about things that Wingate could do, for example, encouraging use of the ride as opposed to everybody owning their own car, or encouraging staff to use the MBTA as opposed to cars, thinking about how to mitigate other things along the road in terms of not necessarily people with bicycles to Wingate, but supporting alternative transportations, because we all need to do it. So that was as I looked at it, I was surprised there wasn't anything in there, and I would hope the board will be thinking forward to, we're about to incorporate some important changes, and this board worked very hard on that. And I think going forward, it would make sense to start thinking that way now.
Thank you very much, Holly. I see we still have Carol. Let's try Carol one more time. And then in the meantime, was there anyone else in the room that wanted to speak to this? It's 7:40. I don't see any more hands up, although we are trying Carol one last time. We had a question from Mr. Singh that Paul wanted to review, which related to the site of the dumpster. Are you able to speak to the general issue of maintenance and pest control?
Sure.
And also the locate where you're physically going to site the dumpsters?
David Feldman.
Time of access for emptying, that could be an issue.
Right. David Feldman, Wingate Healthcare. So to answer Mr. Singh's question, he is right. There was an issue when we closed the building and we reduced our pickup time. It also coincided with across the street when they were tearing down the buildings. When you have a large demolition like that, and the rodents are looking for a food source, they tend to migrate. And when we were ratcheting back our trash pickups because of our occupancy levels, unfortunately we became the source of food for the rodents. So we did an extensive extermination treatment, and we eradicated that over time. We got rid of the dumpster once the building was vacated. And going forward, the location of the dumpster will probably be in the general vicinity where it was, because we do have power and the infrastructure there. It won't be as heavy as it was with the nursing home. It won't be as much trash. There won't be certainly as much food, but we will be probably doing our pickups 3 days a week.
What did you have your pickup schedule before when it was a nursing home?
We had a larger container, so it was only picked up twice a week. We had a larger compactor, so it was compacted. We're not going to go back probably with a compactor. I got to talk to our waste provider, but it'll probably be just a 6 or an 8 yard container that'll be picked up 3 days a week, similar to what we have next door.
Did you say 2? I thought you said 3 before.
It was.
They had 2 when it was a larger container.
Yeah, it was 2. There was 2 pickups a week with the compactor, and we're going to go to 3 with a smaller container.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to have the large commercial kitchen running, 3 meals a day like we did with the nursing home. So,
and I could go back, I suppose, and look. May I continue asking about this?
You may, and then I see Mr. Singh has his hand up, so I want to go to him after, but sure.
Yeah. I suppose I could look back at the prior permit for the 2-story building that was originally proposed to see what was said, but as far as limiting the time for dumpster pickup, because they are noisy.
Yeah, so
does anyone recall what we had for limitations?
So I think 7 a.m. is the earliest
Right, I
that we
figured
can-
it would be
yeah,
7
that
at least.
we can pick
yeah,
up. We
at the
we
earliest.
ask our provider to come at 8. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and when they don't, we usually find out after the fact. But we reach out to them when that happens, and we remind them that they really need to be there at 8. It's tough for them because they have a specific route, but we do try and reinforce that to them.
And that's for the sake of your own residents as well as the abutters. It's noisy for everyone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Alex, can you try Mr. Singh again, please?
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is Paramjeet Singh again from 77 Putnam Street. Yeah, so we did have that issue as well with the timing, that sometimes the dumpster would be picked up at 5 a.m. And even on weekends on Saturdays. So we want to make sure that that is also is part of their plan, so that it's not being picked up at like 5 a.m. in the morning. That's one thing. And another request I have is is it possible to combine their dumpster with the other site that they have, so that they don't need 2 dumpsters, or that one can be picked up, so that we don't have another same issue that we had in the last time. So I'll take my comments offline, answers offline, and that's pretty much it, what I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Very good. So I think at this point,
Are they going to respond to the question of whether they could use a dumpster, consolidated dumpster activity at the other site?
just about to ask Mr.
Oh,
Feldman.
I'm sorry, I thought you were just wrapping up.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to do that, I don't think that's feasible. You're going to be asking residents and staff, especially in inclement weather, to walk or drive it down the driveway to really another building. Yeah, we're involved in the whole campus, but it's actually separate. And we really don't have space to add another container in with the existing containers at the residences.
Okay,
So
thank you. Artie, do you have any comments or questions on this project?
How long can it take?
I can take 2 minutes.
2 minutes. We'll see what I can do. I didn't hear anything about energy efficiency in the new building. There's a question there, and I didn't see anything about the top of the building, anything about renewable energy going on in this building, since you're adding a third floor. I don't even know if I saw an aerial of what the third floor roof surface looked like. So what's going on with energy efficiency and renewable energy?
So to answer your question, we're working with a consultant right now to look at the feasibility for solar, not only on that building, but at the residences and One Wingate Way. There will be 2 EV chargers put in the parking lot. And yeah, once I get the information back from the consultants on the viability.
So there's no envelope, there's no modeling of the envelope and the energy efficiency and of the building itself. What's happening with that at this point?
Well, we have to bring the building up to the new energy code anyway. Andrew,
So the whole building is going to be, but it won't be going. It'll be at the energy code, so nothing above that, just the energy code. Okay. Other quick question is, which units will be affordable? You have 3 studios, and you have 57 1-bedroom, 27 so forth, 21% of some other ones. 3 studios. Which units are going to be the affordable ones?
So the code requires us to make it a sampling of all the units. So there'll be a studio that'll be affordable. There'll be a 1-bedroom that'll be affordable. There'll be a 1-bedroom with den affordable. There'll be a 2-bedroom affordable. So it'll be a representation of the unit mix.
How many handicap spots were there? I heard something about 2. How many handicap spots will there be?
4, I believe.
Is there 4 total? Okay, 4.
There's 2 near the visitor entrance and 2 near the resident entrance.
Okay. What is the total staff at the building? What is going to be the total staff at the building?
Right now, we're looking at, I believe it's 5 full-time employees during the day.
Thank you very much. At this point, Artie, if you want to put a pause in it, at 7:45, I'd like to get to the next hearing. So what I recommend is, I guess, a vote, because we still have other additional board comment. So I'd like to take a motion to continue the hearing. Lee, do you have a date?
I think this is going to have to go off until April the 4th, because we've got 2 public hearings set for our next meeting.
Okay.
If
Go ahead.
it's possible, I'd just like to ask one quick question, because if we are going to continue it, there might be some supplemental information that might be helpful. And that is, I noticed that you're proposing to have a generator on this site. Is this, if this is, we haven't received any kind of information on that generator or a noise analysis. So could that be put together for the continued hearing, or was that something you were planning to handle at the building permit stage?
Yeah, so we're going to handle that at the building permit stage. Just bear in mind that there's an existing generator on the building right now. It happens to be on the roof. We actually think putting it on the ground is going to be less noise than what's already existing.
Okay, so then you would be doing the design and providing the study prior to the issuance of the building permit?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What are the options for the continued hearing?
It's April 4.
Is there any other option?
Unfortunately, no.
Not earlier.
Yeah.
You want to go later?
And then Natasha, did
I
you?
have a conflict on that evenings, but so we can't go earlier, huh?
No, I'm sorry.
You only have one meeting before that, so.
We have another meeting, I think, next Friday night, but that's, or next Friday, but that's
No,
specifically for this. We're not. Natasha, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, just for additional information on mechanicals. I saw that there were mechanicals on the roof. There's condensing units and ERVs, but I didn't see them in the drawings. So just understanding that, and the acoustic, like Lee was saying also, the acoustic considerations for that. I agree about the traffic. It's missing. The Muzzy project had a lot of traffic information, and this isn't taken into account. And then I'd like to know what the sustainability and equity goals are for the project. I already mentioned solar or something like that, but just in general, just to understand what they are.
Okay, so we're going to pause there.
Mr. Chair, just something just for them to think about. This is an important thing. I want to ask the question, just something to walk away with, and that is parking. I think parking or traffic/parking is the big concern, I think, for a lot of people, myself. My only concern is something related to where is the half parking coming from? Because this building is not really near public transportation. You can walk to it, of course, a half, 3/4 mile away, but it's not there. So where is this parking model coming from for this particular building? Because there's 72 units or so, and I would imagine independent living, I would imagine a lot of them, since public transportation isn't right there, I can imagine a lot of them would prefer to have their own car, as opposed to half a car.
We all, it's a good point.
It's just something to think about. We need something about that.
They have, even though the requirement is a half space, they have a full space per unit.
All right, I'm not having this debate right now. We're 5 minutes after our hearing.
Engineering, are they going to address that by the next hearing?
So with respect to, I thought that this was addressed.
It said, this letter says it will be addressed.
So we're talking about this letter from March 3rd that Jane's referring to.
Yeah, so Brandon Lee has already prepared the letter. It will be going out tomorrow to Tom Ryder and the planning board. So yes, you'll have that.
So by the time of the next hearing, we'll have.
And I think they mentioned that in their opening remarks. So at this time.
So Adam, I'm requesting that you move it. I assume the next hearing after the 4th is the 18th?
No, because that's school vacation week, so it winds up being the 25th.
All right. Well, then that's what we're reluctantly requesting.
The 25th? Okay. Lee, that's correct. We don't have another meeting in between, correct?
That's correct. So we're looking at 7 o'clock on April 25th.
Okay, so can I have a motion to continue the hearing to April 25th at 7 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are continued. Thank you very much for coming in. At this point, we have a public hearing at 7:45. Thanks for being here. Relating to 4 articles the planning board is intending to bring to town meeting in May. One relates to various corrective zoning changes. Another relates to 3-car garages, and another relates to a sidewall setback, and then of course the ADUs. And I'd like to come to the ADU. I just need a minute to myself get organized here to be able to deliver a presentation on what we're talking about for.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes.
sorry, but we forgot to do something at the last
Waive
hearing.
the-
I reluctantly, belatedly
Yes.
moved
Rushed
the
right
waive
into it.
reading of the notice for the Wingate hearing.
You're slipping, Paul. You usually
I
catch
know.
that. You usually catch that.
We were being so rushed by the chair, Artie.
So
And our
are you
chair
making a
is
motion?
very well organized, but somehow that's always left to Paul.
That's right.
We all have our things. So do we have a motion to
Waive the reading? So
Waive the
moved, so
reading?
moved.
Second.
I already moved away the hearing for
Oh.
Wingate. I didn't hear a second.
Second.
Second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, will come to the vote. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker, Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We've waived the requirement for the reading of the notice.
Mr. Chair, I move that we waive
I wrote down the next
Reading
meeting
of the
that long
notice
for
for
Wingate.
the,
When are we meeting for Wingate next?
25th
public hearing on
of
April.
Thank you very much. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, will come to the vote. Artie Crocker. Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
Paul Alpert.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. You can forgive me, I'm just about to log in. Thanks for your patience.
Recording in progress.
That's much better. Thank you. All right, I'm going to share my screen. And it's always good when it works, right? All right, everyone can see that. That's fun, colorful, very good. So as most of you are aware, the town set about in 2019 to introduce ADUs into our housing mix. And at the time, the goal was really to help families and also to help residents who required various kinds of physical assistance with living tasks. Over the last 3 years, the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is the special permit granting authority for ADUs, received 10 applications and all 10 were approved. So in 3 years, we've had 10 units, a little more than 3 a year. In addition to those goals, today we're really looking to contribute towards the regional affordable housing shortage, as one goal, while also preserving the single-family character of our homes. And we're also looking to expand access that will help our seniors on a fixed income, that will also help our younger residents looking to offset the rising costs of living and for mortgages, and also will help introduce more housing for a local workforce. As an example in that, I met with a popular restaurateur in town today, for instance, and his employees commute 90 minutes each way in order to get to the restaurants and coffee shops that we here frequent. So that's one of the goals that we're looking to achieve as well, in addition to continuing to help families of all shapes and sizes. So until now, ADUs in Needham have been allowed, but only for certain caregivers and family members. And they've only been allowed if they were attached to your house, or if they were included within the footprint of the house already, you weren't doing an extension or an addition, for instance. They were only allowed by special permit, and they're only allowed up to 850 square feet in size. So today, we're looking to expand access to ADUs. And in particular, we're expanding the definition of families to include aunts, uncles, and grandparents, which had been excluded before. We're also looking to expand the definition of caregivers, which would include, in particular, childcare, nannies, au pairs, whatever the case may be, that had been excluded previously. So now they'd be included, and you would not have to enter into a nanny relationship in addition to a tenancy. And then we're also allowing now ADUs that are attached to the house or that are embedded within the existing footprint of the house, to allow that by right instead of by special permit. The other thing that we're also introducing is to allow ADUs to be also in detached structures on a lot. But if you wanted an ADU in a detached structure, you need a special permit for that. And part of the reason is so that a dwelling has a different impact than a garage does. And we want an opportunity for the municipality to be able to look at any of those impacts, and also for a neighbor to be able to participate in to ask questions and to participate in the process to understand how that may impact their property. So we're also allowing now a rental, but we really want to shy away from a high frequency turnover of rentals, which can cause all kinds of impacts. And instead, these would be rentals for a term of 12 months or more. So with that, a number of us.
Chairman, I
yes.
hate to correct you.
Yes.
But the definition of caregiver does not include nannies.
I appreciate you bringing it up, Paul. We actually have an email from town council, which I will come to, which does modify the definition of caregiver to include child caregivers. So we just received
for our
that.
consideration.
Yes, exactly.
It's not part of it now.
It's not in this write-up that we had, but I think Lee and I got it. I think just like moments ago, kind of
But
thing.
technically, doesn't that expand the scope of this?
No, we actually have had town council affirm that if we look to include it and we vote it next week, that's still in accordance with parliamentary procedure.
Okay, so the question was raised for town council.
Yes.
Can we at this stage add nannies to the definition? And his response is yes.
Correct.
But this is the first that the rest of us on the board has heard.
Yes.
And so just
Noted.
make the note that you're just making the comment in general that the definition will include nannies. This board has not considered whether the definition will include nannies. And if we're going to consider it, that's something that this board will consider.
That's correct. Thank
And
you
so I would like to raise the point at this point, if I may,
Yes.
about the setback of a detached unit, because that's something that is also something to be, that's not in the printed materials that the board has considered, and there's a reason why it's not in the printed materials. And before we open it up for discussion, I think it's a matter for discussion that people would want to have. So I want to raise the issue so that they know that that issue is still a viable issue, which is the question of when you have an ADU in a detached garage, for example, under the current bylaw, up to a certain height, a detached unit can be as close as 5 feet from the property line. We had previously discussed moving that back, I believe, to 15 feet, but it's probably moving it back to whatever the setback is for.
I have illustrations to address all of that. I'd like to be able to jump into this.
Okay.
And it's certainly a question that we'll address, but thank you for bringing up, both points. So an attached structure, an attached ADU within a home is something that's fairly easy, for us to kind of comprehend. But when we take a look at ADUs in a detached structure on a lot, that takes a little bit more study. And Oscar Mertz, who's an architect in town and has been very involved in housing policy, working on the housing plan working group, and I and Marianne Cooley and Jean and Lee and myself have been digging in to ask a lot of detailed questions on what this looks like. And so we've conducted a study of a detached ADU in a conforming lot and in a non-conforming lot. So under the conforming lot, we're dealing with a lot that's 10,000 square feet or more, and we're looking to understand the impact of the dimensional regulations and how that affects and what the relationship is between the structure and the lot and how many structures are on the lot. So for instance, in a conforming lot, you'll see that we're dealing with this 10,000 square foot lot, an allowable lot coverage of 2,500 square feet, which is 25%, and an allowable floor area ratio of 3,800 square feet or 38%. In a non-conforming lot, you'll see that it's smaller with a lot coverage. It's at 1,820 square feet, which is 26% lot coverage, and floor area ratio is roughly 26 or 2,700 square feet, still 38%. Now, what I'd like to do is walk through a conforming lot with a number of scenarios. Again, thank you, Oscar, for these drawings. So we're dealing with a lot that's 125 feet by 80 feet. That's the dimensions that you see at the perimeter. The red line is the lot line. And then you can see, for instance, the house is 20 foot, is set back 20 feet from the front. And then you'll see some other markings at 14 feet and 5 feet. In this particular example, we see an existing garage here, a two-car garage that's 440 square feet, is located in its existing condition 5 feet from the setback. In this scenario, the total coverage, the footprint of the structures on the lot is 2,000 square feet. You can see the house is 1,600 square feet and the garage is 440 square feet. And then the floor area ratio, the house on 2 stories, the main floor and the second floor, is 2,900 square feet. And we don't calculate the floor area ratio to include a garage space. So the floor area ratio is 2,900 square feet. The maximum allowable floor area ratio is 3,800 square feet, another 900 square feet. So let's take a look at a simple example where we are simply converting the garage to an ADU. We're not expanding the footprint of the ADU at all. We're just simply repurposing it and converting into a garage. So, so the lot coverage doesn't change, that remains the same. And in fact, there's still some capacity because the lot coverage maximum is 2,500 square feet. And in this case, as an example, it's a little over 2,000 square feet. But the floor area ratio changes because in addition to the 2,900 square foot house, we're now including 440 square feet of an ADU, which totals a little over 3,300 square feet. Now, in this example, if you're simply converting your garage into an ADU, you still have further capacity. There's still another little less than 500, about 460 square feet of allowable floor area ratio. But this just shows you a very common example. And we have two other options to show you. So what if someone wanted to keep their garage, but they wanted to add an ADU? How does that actually work? So what we look at, first of all, is in the coverage. The house remains the same. The footprint of the house is 1,600 square feet. The garage is the same at 440 square feet, but the ADU has a footprint of 450 square feet. So that totals 2,500 square feet, which is how we're achieving the maximum lot coverage at 2,500 square feet. Now, just to show you an example, as this is new construction, it's required to be set back 14 feet from the rear lot line and 14 feet from the side lot line. And it exceeds a 10-foot requirement from the house. Now, on a floor area ratio calculation, the house stays the same at 2,900 square feet. Now what we're seeing is that the ADU is a 2-story ADU and it's at 900 square feet. So it's 450 square feet on the first floor and 450 square feet on the second floor. And that maxes out the floor area ratio under the dimensional regulations. There's a third and a fourth example. So in the third option, what we're actually doing is we're replacing the garage with a 2-story ADU and a 2-car garage. So we're demolishing the original garage, which is why you see this was the 5-foot setback before, which is where the garage was set back before, but as new construction, it's no longer at the 5-foot setback, it's at the 14-foot setback. And again, because this is new construction, it's set back 14 feet from the rear lot line. And in this scenario, the house remains at 1,600 square feet of a footprint. The ADU is 300 square feet of a footprint, and the footprint of the garage is 400 square feet. A 400 square foot garage is still regarded as a 2-car garage. And then for the floor area ratio calculation, it's a 900 square foot garage and it's a 2,900 square foot house that equals the maximum 3,800 square feet to achieve the maximum allowable floor area ratio. So, the ADU has some square footage on the first floor, and then it's square footage on the second floor. So there's 300 square feet on the first floor, and then 600 square feet on the second floor for the ADU. And then in the fourth option on a conforming lot, this is an interesting mix where we're adding a 2-story garage, rather a 2-story ADU addition attached to a 2-car garage. So the floor area ratio and the lot coverage remains the same as the previous example. Here, someone's decided instead of building it as a standalone over here, they want to connect it over to the garage. How does this work? Well, the way it works is the garage itself remains at 5-foot setback. The new construction, which is for the ADU, is set back 14 feet. So it's set back at the rear at 14 feet, and it's set back at the side by 14 feet. And those are some representative samples of what an ADU would look like on a conforming lot. So then we looked at what an ADU possibility would be on a non-conforming lot. So here we're dealing with a smaller lot at 7,000 square feet. The house has a footprint of 1,400 square feet. A two-car garage is 420 square feet in this example. Here, the house again is set back from the front 20 feet. It's set back from the side lot line on the left side of the house by 12 feet. The garage is set back 5 feet from the rear and 5 feet from the side. So again, this simple scenario here is to merely convert the existing ADU, the existing garage, into a one-story ADU. And so they're not expanding the footprint. They're just converting the use. And so here they've already achieved the maximum the maximum lot coverage at 25%, which is equal to the 1,800 square feet. And then instead of it being a garage, it's now a 420 square foot ADU, we're including the floor area ratio, which achieves the maximum floor area ratio at a little under 2,700 square feet. And then we have another scenario as option 2, where we replace the garage with a 2-story ADU and a 1-car garage. So now the lot coverage, the house is the same at 1,400 square feet. The ADU has a footprint of 200 square feet, and the garage has a footprint of 220 square feet. So that totals the maximum 1,800 square feet, 25% coverage. The floor area ratio is the 1,900 square feet from the home, as was the case in the original condition, and then an ADU that's 620 square feet. So there's 200 square feet of living space on the first floor in the ADU and 420 square feet above on the second floor. Now the garage at 220 square feet is really a 1-car garage. So they have in this case, the best of both worlds. In the third scenario, Gene, I'll come to you in a minute if I may. Thanks for your patience, Gene. In the third scenario, we're replacing the garage with a 2-story ADU. And so what we see here is a 10-foot separation between the primary house and the garage, as is the case with the second option. There's a 10-foot setback between the house and the ADU and the garage. Now, the ADU has a footprint of 420 square feet on the first floor, and it has again, the house is 1,900 square feet in floor area ratio, and the floor area ratio of the ADU has 420 square feet on the first floor, and on the second floor it has 340 square feet. So they're opting out of the garage in this scenario and are having a 2-story ADU. And now what you can see is the setback. Because they demolished the garage, they have a new structure and a new use. It's set back 12 feet from the side and 12 feet from the rear, as is the case with option 2. Gene, you had a question.
I guess it's the difference between the coverage and the FAR. Oh, because of the FAR, because the house in both cases, it's a 2-story house.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
In both cases,
I was thinking, why is it
ADU.
changing? And then I realized, of course, it's a
I'm sorry
2-story.
if I caused the confusion.
No, my fault.
So Paul, I think that explains the setback. What Paul was referring to, and Lee, was it, if the structure is set back 5 feet, if you wanted to exceed the height of 14 feet, what's the height?
15 feet. I
15
believe.
feet.
15 feet of height, then you have to move the structure over past the 5-foot setback to a 12 or a 14-foot setback. So,
But we had discussed prior the possibility of requiring any ADU that is near the property line to be set back 14 feet, even if it was below the 15 feet in height.
right,
And we decided to draft the warrant article for these purposes,
for the hearing.
to leave it the way it is, to allow the 5-foot setback, because we can still change it to require a further setback than 5 feet. I want to open that for discussion, because I personally feel that an ADU that is only 5 feet from the property line is a burden to the next door neighbor. When you have people who are living in a building and who are using their side yard, their 5-foot side yard, or whatever, for, you know, their barbecue or whatever, or having their front door at that 5-foot setback, I feel that that's a burden on the next door neighbor, and I would like to see an ADU move back to the 12-foot or the 14-foot line, whatever the requirement is for the lot, exclusive of the accessory building being as close as 5 feet. But I want to hear what the neighbors have to say. I want to hear what the public has to say.
Sure.
It's not a question of neighbors. We have gotten emails from both sides. Some people who are really on the side of a property owner who wants to have an ADU saying, why not let it be as close as 5 feet? And we have other emails that we've gotten from people saying, you know, I don't want the building so close to my property line, to my house, as 5 feet. And so I want to make sure that the public is aware that that's an item that's open for discussion, something for us to decide when we meet, probably on the 17th. It hasn't been totally decided yet. It looks like it's going to be on the 17th as to what our final warrant article will say.
So,
And also, that means that on these pick scenarios, the scenario that's missing is in fact essentially building a new garage, a new structure 5 feet from the property line that's only 15 feet high, and having it be an ADU.
Right.
So that's an option that's missing.
That's all, right now, under the wording that we have, that's an option.
That's an option.
Well, if you're gonna move it back, you might as well build it.
I thought that was presented, though, wasn't it?
we do have scenarios where if you're changing the height of the thing,
No, we don't have, no, the scenario is missing that if you're building a new garage, new structure, no more than 15 feet high, you can put it anywhere essentially, as long as it's 10 feet away from the house, you can put it anywhere on the property, as long as it's 5 feet from the property line.
Well, it's drawn there, it's on the right, but it's just counted as a two-story garage.
No one can
I'm
hear,
gonna
no
ask-
one can hear you, no one can hear you.
I'm going to actually ask Oscar, because he helped with the drawings, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the table, and then stating your name and address for the record.
Oscar Mertz, Library Hill Way.
Thank you. Before you continue, Alex, you had your hand up.
Just a technical thing for you
Yes.
to know.
Yeah.
Mark can't broadcast this room when we're screen sharing. There's something going on. So that's fine. But if we're going to move to conversation, you can turn it off and maybe turn it back on again. It's not ideal, but I just wanted you to know the technical situation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll have Zoom ready and I'll be able to jump back and share a screen if we need to. But Oscar?
Just a quick answer to the question. I mean, the drawing is there, you just make it a one-story garage instead of.
No, the drawings are not there.
The drawing of a building that's pulled
The
back at 12
The
feet.
drawings are not there for a 15-foot high building, 5 feet from the property line, anywhere on the,
But Artie, I
It
think
is.
people can envision it. They've seen,
No, but
they've seen
this,
the garage 5 feet from the property line.
yeah, but that's a scenario of an existing garage 5 feet from the property line. It's not a scenario of a new garage on the property, a new garage somewhere else on the property line. It's a different scenario. It's simply a different scenario, that's all.
It's the same building.
No,
Same drawing.
May I?
Yeah, exactly.
may
Gene,
I
go ahead.
Just add something to the presentation. I thought this was very good as far as showing what it would be like to have a new ADU or a garage and an ADU as an accessory building. But I just want to emphasize that when it comes to putting an addition on an existing house in order to put in an ADU, the same limits apply as far as you cannot exceed the floor area ratio and you cannot exceed the lot coverage. That still applies in that situation
Or
too.
the setbacks for the main.
And
Or the
so-
setbacks, yes.
And we're not allowing, if you have a structure, a garage, a detached structure that's less than 5 feet setback, let's say it's setback 3 feet, we're not allowing you to go deeper or to extend the wall into that 3-foot line. As soon as you want to create a new structure, you then have to come back out to meet that, to meet the minimum side setback for that new structure. So you're not expanding a nonconformity in that sense. Did any of my colleagues have any other comments before we go to the public? I'm sure the people.
Yes, I'm sure you said this in your presentation, but let me emphasize again that the ADU that would be in or in addition to the principal dwelling under the proposed bylaw would be allowed by right. You will go to the building inspector, show them the plans, make sure they comply. All of the scenarios that were shown with the ADU as an accessory building would still have to have a special permit, a hearing, neighbors, abutters informed. I want to emphasize that.
Thank you very much. I see we have, I think, Lois Sock. I'm going to go ahead and guess that's Lois Sockel. Alex, can you please invite her to join? And then I'll come to people in the room. Lois, I think that you are muted. We cannot hear you and we cannot see you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Lois. Yes.
Good, good. Well, it's just as well you can't see me. It's late at night. I have a question which you may have answered and I just don't know, so I will ask it. Does this prohibit ADUs in a house without a garage, but a house that has either a finished third floor that could be used as an ADU, or a house that has a finished lower floor that could be used? Can you only do an ADU in a detached garage?
So good questions. So we can quickly answer those and then we'll come to some people in the room. You can have an ADU you can finish your basement, or if your basement was once finished as a Star Wars themed kids room, you now want to convert it into an ADU, which really is only the difference of adding lawfully adding a stove. But having set that aside, you can convert your basement into an ADU. You can convert your attic into an ADU. You can extend your footprint by 900 square feet and add an ADU somewhere, on your attached to your structure, and you can do all of that by right. There's a second part to your question, Lois.
The detached building does not have to be a garage. You can build an ADU, or you can convert your current garage
Thank
totally
you.
into an ADU.
Thanks, Paul. So yes, Lois, you can convert your garage, and if you have no garage, you can build an accessory dwelling unit, an ADU, provided that you conform to the setbacks that we were talking about. So for instance, whatever the setbacks are and the dimensional regulations are for the district that your house is in, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lois. I'd like to come to someone in the room. Mr. Frail, if you want to come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephen Frail, 29 Power Street. First of all, I just want to thank the planning board for picking this topic up. I think this is incredibly timely. It's an important issue. As we heard just earlier, there's a 500-person wait list at a new senior living home center just over the border. And we're also looking at Wingate is looking to expand as well. So we know there's a lot of need for these units. In our own case, we actually had a family member who lived at Wingate for a while. Had we had the option of doing an ADU on our property, we probably would have pursued it. It's possible that in the next few years, we will also have another member of our family who will be looking to move out of a home that person has been in since 1979, has no interest in living in assisted living at all, and really no budget to live in assisted living. So I think ADUs are a great solution overall. I think that Needham's current policy is overly restrictive. And I really like to see something along the lines of what this planning board is currently considering. One thing that I do want to point out is I do think that there needs to be a balance between people who want to put ADUs and their neighbors. And I think that a sensible balance on that is to be as permissive as possible on the type of structures that are allowed, attached or detached, and to allow neighbors and abutters to weigh in on those ADUs. So they could, for example, ask for screening, where they could ask for noise reduction measures, like triple pane windows. They could ask for windows to be not facing their property, perhaps not having a grill on the property line would be another type of request a neighbor could put in. But one thing I do want to point out is that the fashion in homes has changed dramatically over the last century. If you walk the Mitchell neighborhood, which was largely built in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, you'll notice very narrow properties, a lot of non-conforming lots, and believe it or not, hundreds of detached structures. Many of them, which would fall within the size limits of an ADU, but fall within 5 feet of the property line. If you look at closely a lot of those properties, you'll also notice there is no place on that property to put a 400 square foot structure that's 14 feet from the back and the side lots. It doesn't exist. So I think from an equity perspective, we ought to consider the types of structures that exist, put in some measures that allow neighbors to weigh in on those structures, but not prohibit those. There should be some consideration for those older structures. I would also like to point out that a lot of the attached structures today are not 14 feet from the lines. You can walk the Mitchell district and you will see attached garages within 14 feet of the property line.
Right, and those are pre-existing non.
And so are the pre-existing non-conforming detached structures. And I don't think those two things necessarily are so different that one should be outright prohibited. I do agree with the recommendation to put it by a special permit for a detached structure. However, unless you're prepared to require every attached structure to be moved 14 feet away from all of the lot lines, you should not do the same for the existing detached structures.
So to be clear, you're advocating that in the case of a detached structure that doesn't conform to the dimensional regulations, the setbacks, the current regulations, if it's 3 feet instead of 5 feet, and you're not increasing the height, you're advocating to change the use and allow an ADU in that structure. Is that right?
That's correct. By special permit, I
Right, 'cause
think
it's
it's a
detached.
reasonable thing to ask, and it allows the neighbors to weigh in. But prohibiting it or requiring them to move it 14 feet from the set line doesn't pass the equity test, in my opinion, especially since there's so many attached structures today that would not meet those setbacks. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. One of the things we also have to consider is the impact of a dwelling is different than the impact of a garage. But the point noted, I made a note, it's something the board will discuss.
Yeah, I guess just one final point. Full disclosure, we have a non-conforming lot with a 2-car detached structure on our property, which is no longer used for cars. We use it as a personal gym. Their kids use it as a place to hang out. It was a lifeline for them during COVID. And I've talked to my neighbors about it. I've said, do you notice us when we're in there, when we're playing music, when we're doing workouts? They don't. We're in there all the time.
That's helpful.
So,
and is that structure is at or within, is it a conforming structure?
I believe it is within 5 to 6 feet of the property at the side and the back lot line. And there really is no place on the property to move it that would be 14 feet.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Farrell, I want to just ask a clarifying question. Do you understand that if the ADU were just one-story ADU that wasn't more than 15 feet in height, it could be 5 feet from the property line?
Yes, I would think that is reasonable. I'm responding to a member of the planning board who said that 14 feet should be the minimum for a detached structure.
I understand.
I don't think that's an appropriate restriction to put on, especially for existing non-conforming structures.
Does your existing?
Which, by the way, I think is a 12-foot setback if it's a non-conforming lot.
Yes.
It's a 12-foot setback instead of, not that
fair
2
enough.
feet is a lot, but.
Yeah, it would be enough to make it not possible.
Just, I think there's probably some type of screen between your used to be garage and your neighbors. At one point there was some type of hedges or bushes or something.
There were our neighbors took down a row of cypresses just recently, so there's no privacy on that side, and there is on the back side. There's no window on the units, and there is a shed on the neighbor's yard
Not
behind us.
playing AC/DC while you're working.
Oh, I do. Guns N' Roses, you name it. We play it, and we play it pretty loud.
So thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
Alex, I think there are 2 other people on Zoom that wanted to comment, and then I saw that we had someone else in the room. The first person is that Katie Dirks? Is that right? There are 3 people now. Katie,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you. We can't see you, though. There we go.
Yes,
Now
yes.
we can see you and hear you. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thanks for doing all this work on this project. I think it's great. We have I think that I'm in favor of everything you're doing. It's very important, I think, to create more housing opportunities for people in town. I think a lot of the building codes and stuff are really in favor of the new builds. And so I do feel that Stephen Farrell had a really good point about equity to make sure that people that own older homes still have that opportunity to have an ADU. We have an old home from 1880 and a big, huge barn in the back, which would be a fantastic place for an ADU. But again, it's on an non-conforming lot. The building is very close to the property line. So it's not conforming, and it's not attached. So I'm glad that these are being addressed, but I think that exceptions should be made for existing structures, that, there's a lot of history in this house, and it would be, easy for a builder to, take it down so that they can put all these things in place that are now, with these building restrictions, would be a lot easier to do. So I think making it kind of fair to the people that are trying to to use the property that they own in the best way they can. I don't know what the difference would be if it's the barn's there anyway. The barn's not going anywhere, so why not use it as an ADU?
Thank you very much. Can we get your address for the record, please, Katie?
674 Webster Street.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to bring Mr. Smart to the table.
Anyway,
I'm going to say I had a diabetes moment.
okay, so I have
Address, please.
25 Mayo Ave, Precinct G. Precinct G is very heavily represented here tonight. I have an old garage, hasn't fallen down yet, and it's 5 feet from the property line. And between that, the edge of the garage and my neighbor's property, 5 feet is really pretty narrow. There's no way, in my view, that anybody is going to do what Paul suggested, which is to grill there, unless they're expanding over into the neighbor's property. I mean, most people, either they just mow it, or, they keep a canoe there, or like me, they'll hang a ladder on the edge. That's about all it's going to be used for. So, and with an ADU, you're probably not even going to have that. So I think it's just going to be mowed. I don't think it is necessary to move, to require an under 15-foot structure for an ADU to be set back more than 5 feet from the property line. I don't think it's any more of an intrusion than a garage or some other low outbuilding. So I would, Paul and I have disagreed before, and we probably will again, but anyway, that's my thought. I would leave that alone. I think that you want to raise as few roadblocks as possible to the creation of ADUs. And if you've got a lot like on Mayo Ave where I am, virtually all the lots are 65 feet wide. If you're going to require a one-story ADU to be set in 12 feet or 14 feet, depending on whether it's a conforming lot or it's not a conforming lot, that's well into the sort of very close to the center of the backyard.
Yes.
So it seems to me, if you're having an outbuilding like that, you want to preserve as much of that backyard as you can. So I think you want to move an accessory building as far away from the center of the backyard as you can.
In a smaller, non-conforming lot in particular.
In particular, but I would say generally speaking, again, I'm in favor of ADUs. I don't know how much of it's happening, but I'd like to see a lot more of it. So I think if you don't have to impose a requirement, don't.
Thank you very much. We have others online. We have Karen Walker. We're going to bring you to a panelist, and we'll continue to come to others in the room. Thank you, Karen. If we can have your name and address for the record, please.
Karen Walker, 13 Webster Park, also Precinct G. Got to keep it up. I'm really thrilled that we're looking at increasing housing options in Needham. I really feel that that's important for a variety of reasons, one of which is a little more diversity. In your opening statement, you mentioned something, somebody mentioned something about not being able, people who work here not really being able to afford to live here. And so I was wondering, with the proposal for ADUs, either by right or by agreement, to be available only to family members and caretakers, it's not addressing that issue at all. I know that, is there any plan to address increasing housing, possibly through ADUs, for people who work in the community?
So,
Go ahead.
So if I understand correctly, Karen, part of the advantage of this kind of an expansion of access to the ADUs would be enabling you, if you wanted to rent out, if you wanted to convert your garage, for instance, or you wanted to, you want to convert your garage into an ADU and you wanted to rent it out. I think the, for a 1-bedroom, apartment in town, you'd be able to do that, and it would be, a more affordable option for, someone who works locally to be able to live locally.
So you're saying that, because the charts that you put up looked like the proposed changes did not allow for that. It allowed for relative and caretakers.
So it allows for caretakers now, and it will with this change. It also allows for family members,
Right.
and then also what's new is we're allowing you to rent the unit. You're not allowed to rent the unit today, but if this passes at town meeting, you would be allowed to rent out the unit. And that's how we would make it accessible, for instance, to a local employee.
Okay, I didn't quite understand. That's there, yes. I didn't realize that's what that little square meant. But
we do have restrictions on the rental. For example, it has to be a minimum of a 1-year lease.
That's right.
And I think there's a maximum number of people who can.
Yeah, there's a code. I think there's a code, but also I think in our bylaw, Lee, don't we say that there's you can't have more than a certain number of non-family members living in the house? You're on mute, Lee. I'm sorry.
Yes, we have defined family for this, for purposes of this bylaw, to limit the number of unrelated people who can live within the house itself.
I believe it's 4. Is it
Yeah,
4,
it's
Lee? I believe it is 4.
I believe,
Unrelated.
I don't have it in front of me yet, but I think you're right.
Right.
Thank you very much.
So we're now allowing rentals, which,
Yes.
okay, thank you. That answers my question, and I encourage this work to progress, and I'm a town meeting member and I will vote for it.
Good to see you again, Karen. Thank you very much for participating. Anyone else in the room? And we've,
Yes.
Right there.
all right. I'm turned my head.
Action.
I heard I turned my head too
Just
quickly.
kind of in favor. Kathleen Brown, 102 Ellicott Street. I'm also on the Board of Health. We had submitted comments years ago in support of ADUs for to support seniors, but housing is a really important predictor of public health for many reasons, and I think supporting the workforce housing as well is really important. So I missed that in the presentation that you made, but I think it's really important. And I also would suggest considering leases for a semester, since we have college students sometimes coming in, so restricting it to a year versus, September, 5 months or 4 months or something for a semester to allow some flexibility for older adults. I think having rentals and mixed age housing with families could also help somewhat with social isolation that's been worse with seniors since the pandemic. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for doing this. I think it's important to have housing out here, and we need to make room for more people.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thanks a lot.
Going back to Zoom, we have Paula Dickerson.
Sorry,
Dickerman, Paula Dickerman.
Hi. Sorry. There we go. I would like to come out in support of these changes. I think yes, can you hear me?
We can, but can you state your name and address for the record,
Oh,
please?
yes, I'm sorry. It's Paula Dickerman. I'm at 20 Burnside Road.
Thank you.
Yeah. Strong support for these changes in allowing ADUs, and that's because we need more housing. We need more housing, we need more opportunities, we need more choice. And these are smaller units, and some of the populations that might benefit from these that haven't all been named. There's workforce housing, there's singles, there's young adults who want to stay in town, there's couples who might want to live in Newton and save a little money so they can afford to buy a house here. There are seniors who could live in the ADU and rent out their house, not just the other way around where they stay in the house and rent out the ADU. So it's a piece of a very necessary effort to have more opportunities for people to find houses and find housing, and especially in such a wonderful community as we all enjoy here in Needham. The other thing I'd like to underscore, which has also been said already, is the flexibility that a special permit affords or requires for detached units. I think I have personal experience of some very well-intended and understandable zoning laws that we have, and we don't allow for conversations that say, you know, in this case, it really doesn't make sense. Let's see if we can work something out. And I've heard neighbors can be nice. Neighbors can put up trees and fences and they can say, who cares? It's 5 feet from my property line, but that's 25 feet from my house. I mean, I am supporting the opportunity for detached units to come before a board for special permit so that individual and specific conditions can be taken into account. And I think, and yes.
You mean you support the special permit process for a detached?
I do.
ADU.
If I misspoke, thanks for correcting me. Absolutely. I mean, Paul Alpert raised this concern, and it's a real concern for people who don't want, you know, buildings that close to their property line. But I think having the special permit requirement is a way to work that out, and that we should vote for this in town meeting as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Marianne Cooley.
Marianne Cooley, 85 High Street. Since I'm the guilty party who flagged that caregivers of children was not part of what was included in this, I do want to put in a pitch that I do hope it will be included. I think it was an issue that was talked about at the last town meeting where there were a number of people who advocated for that particular use. So I do hope you'll expand, you know, in an appropriate way so that that is also covered as part of this. In the discussions we had related to the questions that led to the diagrams tonight, I think that the building that Dave Roach had suggested that there also be a question, and so I'd be interested in hearing people's feedback about whether or not more than one accessory structure of greater than 200 square feet could or should, it could exist by the drawings, but should exist in the bylaw, or whether there would only be one accessory structure. I don't actually have an opinion, but I am interested in hearing from other people if they have an opinion, and would be interested in hearing the board's thought on that question.
When you, with that question, are you referring to more than one structure on a non-conforming lot or on all lots?
So
I think it's on all lots. Is the question as to whether you can have a main building, a detached garage, and a detached ADU.
That's right.
So that you've got 3 structures on the lot. Is that a violation of our current bylaw?
Well,
I think that's the question.
I think the bylaw is not clear on that
That's
right
right.
now. So I think it is a question that the board may wish to consider. My interpretation of the non-conforming lot is that almost by definition, because of FAR and lot coverage, only one such structure would be permitted. But I do think it's a question for others, just for people to think about and think about what that means relative to the character of the neighborhood if you're looking at these multiple detached structures on a lot. So I'm curious to hear opinions.
Thank you very much.
Lee Newman, do you have an answer to that question?
Well, Marianne, I think Marianne's correct when she looks at the end result of putting an ADU on a non-conforming lot, that the dimensional requirements are in fact limiting the number of accessory structures. I mean, currently the zoning is crafted, so there are no limits on the number of accessory structures you can have on a lot, provided that you meet the setbacks and the coverage and the FAR requirements.
That's what that seemed to clarify that the current zoning, there are no limits on the number of non-conforming structures.
Right, but you do have lot coverage and FAR.
Yes.
To be concerned about.
Yes.
So
But Marianne's-
I understand that. My question is whether that's what we actually want. I'm just asking that.
Okay.
I think, it's an interesting question. If you're thinking about 10,000 square foot lots where we see that could exist, I don't know what that does to the character of neighborhoods. It's just a question. As you're walking down the street, if the backyards become, in fact, full of accessory structures. So it's a question.
Thank you, Marianne. Let's go back to Zoom. Now we have Joe Abruzzi's.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I had a couple of comments that I just wanted to share with the group. So I'm looking at ADUs, and I think it's certainly a great opportunity. I think ADUs were originally created.
Joe, name and address. Name and address,
sorry.
Joe.
Joe Abruzzi, 30 Bridle Trail Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I think, the idea of ADUs has been great. And I think it was originally set up to be used for multi-generation living and caregiving. When I look at what's being proposed here, it seems very expansive and making it, by right. And I also hear the board and the chair saying that maybe we want to use ADUs to solve the affordable housing issue, which certainly continues to be an issue. And there's a lot of ways the town can and should address that. There's even new construction opportunities like Castle Farm, where we could have some additional affordable housing. But I see that what's happening with this proposal is to try to use ADUs as another tool to help solve the affordable housing problem. I know Needham is a relatively expensive town in Massachusetts. A lot of residents here make a significant investment to move here, purchase a home here, and live here. I think also, there are some residents who sought out a single family residence property. And what's been proposed and making this by right, and that it could be rented to anybody up, I think the quantity is up to 5 people in the ADU, unrelated to the owner. It feels like it effectively changes single family zoning to 2-family by right, without anybody having to give any notice or attend any hearing. And I don't know if, all the residents who have invested in single family residence, effectively, some of their properties now are 2-family properties, and can be changed without any notice or hearing. So I would ask the board not to eliminate the proposal, but at least give people an opportunity to, bring the request to a hearing, let neighbors be able to talk through it when someone wants to do that. So there's an awareness and an ability for people to give feedback on it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room that would like to comment on ADUs?
I would like to clarify something that was just said, that the occupancy of there could be 5 people occupying the ADU. The rule that's presented here is that occupancy of the principal dwelling plus the ADU cannot exceed 5 unrelated people.
Thank you for the clarification. I'd like to bring in Lou Wolfson from Zoom, please.
That could be a different Lou note.
That's Lou.
You don't trust me, Arnie?
Just saying, it could be a different.
Don't
Lou
ask that
note.
question, Adam.
All right, Lou, we cannot see you, we cannot hear you.
You're muted.
Unmute, okay. There we go. Hi, everyone. How are you? Joe Abruzzi.
Address, please.
29 Semino Road, Needham.
Thank you.
Joe Abruzzi, mentioned a lot of the things that I was going to say. I think that we're addressing some needs with the family members, caregivers, the elderly. I'm not sure we want to change the character of our neighborhoods to make them two families. I think very few people actually, even though the idea is good about renting, being a landlord is all encompassing. Most people have no idea what's involved as far as the management, as far as security deposits, as far as repairs. There's a lot more to it. Also, something that's been missing from all this conversation is the cost of building an ADU and the ability to build an ADU, especially in a detached structure. You have to provide the storage going back there, proper means of egress. Even in the basement, if you build an ADU, you need emergency exits. You're gonna have to add storage, ejector pumps possibly, makeup air. There's a lot that's involved in it. While I support ADUs for family members, caregivers, and the elderly, I'm not in support of making our single-family residence into two-family zone. So,
Thank you very much, Lou.
thank you.
I'd like to bring, is there anyone else in the room? Bob Smart?
Bob Smart again, Precinct G and 25 Mayo Ave. I'm just thinking about all these proceedings in front of the Board of Appeals. It seems to me that if someone applies to the Board of Appeals to locate an ADU in an accessory dwelling, it's pretty likely that they're going to grant it. And it seems to me, once they granted one, on what basis exactly are they going to say no to the second and the third and the fourth? I wonder if a special permit is really necessary. I mean, I think you're proposing to not have a special permit requirement if the ADU is within the primary structure. Correct. Why not do it with the accessory structure as well? I'm just wondering exactly what the neighbors' objections to that are going to be. I guess one argument is, it seems to me the principal argument that people would make is that they don't want two families in a single family zone. But you have that situation whether the accessory dwelling unit is in the primary structure or it's in an accessory structure. So why not, there are a lot of matters, in my view, that go to the Board of Appeals because they're required to in this town for special permits that ultimately are going to be granted. And it's expensive for people to go through that process. And I'm not sure that in a lot of cases, it really accomplishes very much for the town. So I would ask that you at least seriously consider making all ADUs of right and just impose the appropriate requirements.
What about so you're saying just by right? What about the fact that, for example, so when the ADU is within the house, there is a requirement that the house still has to look like a single family house.
Right.
There's that requirement. does that mean we should lift that restriction and so it no longer has to look like a single-family house?
I would be in favor of that. Again, I would like to, as I said, I would like to see, you know, we always talk about creating more affordable housing in this town, and we don't, in practice, do very much that's actually going to accomplish that. The land is, you know, people do not want to take all the land, any land that's currently zoned single-family residential and make it two-family. It's very difficult to imagine that getting through town meeting, even if the requirement is only 50%. So we're creating, it seems to me that the ADU process is a way of actually creating affordable housing. I mean, another thing that we all talk about is, the carbon footprint of our living is a problem, right? So we ought to be encouraging people that are going to live in 600 or 900 square foot units. I think it's a good thing for everybody. So.
Thank you very much. We have Frederica Lalonde. If we could bring Fred over, that would be helpful.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
38 Bennington Street. I want to speak in full support of the fullest extent of this proposal. I think it was well researched for hundreds of hours. Many people have worked on it. I know that ADUs have been supported by pretty much all the boards in the town, between the Board of Health, Council on Aging, I believe Youth Services. I mean, it has broad support across the town. And philosophically, I just feel like we live in a town where we are so privileged to have what we have. And those of us that can afford homes or were gifted homes by our parents and are blessed to live in them, why not do whatever we can to make it a little easier for other people? And I think coming from a place of opportunity for others, whether it be the people on whose back this entire town was built and supported, and giving them an opportunity to stay here until they are prepared to leave, or those who want to come in and get a start. There's no reason to obstruct that for anybody. And we are fortunate, and we should allow that to happen. And to the concern that, well, people just don't know how hard it is, that's a personal choice. And that's somewhat of a condescending approach, because to tell people they don't know means you know so much more than they do. And when they get into the process, if they realize that it's too much work or too expensive, then they won't do it. And that's a choice that they are free to make. But for us to decide across the board for everybody, I think is really, well, it comes from a place of privilege and denying those that don't have it. And I like I said, I'm in full support of this plan.
Thank you, Fred. Oscar Mertz.
Oscar Mertz, Ribery Hillway. I just want to kind of chew a little bit more on the conversation that I know has been going on for a while. I've heard this comment before that ADUs are two-family, or you might as well just call them two-family. The thing that I find troubling with that is that I think the intention of this ADU bylaw has always been drafted that there's a primary residence and that the character of this is a single family character, and that yes, you might have a detached structure with people, or you might have just an ADU inside the house and it all looks blended in. If you live next to Heidi and Stephen, then you'd know very well that outbuildings might just be part of the family recreation. So whether it's a family living in it or it's your family living in it, I think the thought that all these structures are actually habitable is a good thing for our climate, our environment. And so I guess I would say that it's pretty intentional that we are not trying to be two-family, but we are trying to create opportunities for other ways of living. I started out in an in-law apartment with my wife, and it was fantastic. It was the garage that they converted. And I think everybody has a story like that or knows someone with a story like that. So I think all we're trying to do is create the opportunity for these things to happen. And so I find I wouldn't want to go down the path where we're trying to change the definition that these are ADUs are anywhere near a two-family. I think they're clearly intentionally not. So I'd like to try and keep the guidelines or the clarity of that distinction.
Thank you. I see we have John Bullion on Zoom. We'll bring John over, please. Can we please bring John over? I guess I should say.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
Can
John.
you hear me? Hi,
Name and
John
address for the
Bullion.
record, please.
John Bullion, Peacedale Road, 86.
Thank you.
My comments are centered around comments that I've made at previous hearings on the issue of housing. And that has to do with, have we looked at and assessed this initiative in conjunction with the MBTA Communities Act and the Needham Housing Authority initiatives as far as their intended construction process, and adding the number of units that we're looking at and how that will impact all of the moving parts of this town. And my concern is that the MBTA Communities Act is still a work in progress. The Needham Housing Authority is moving along, albeit slowly, but they are moving along. They presented at last week's select board meeting, which I watched. And, you know, it appears that we are poised to bring on many, many units of housing. I just don't know, and I don't think anybody knows over what period of time. And one of the things that I am not hearing in all of the discussions that are being had is the fiscal impacts on all town departments and the ability to handle the additional housing and all of the elements that additional housing brings to this town. As a member of the select board for 18 years, it was always my position, and I know my board's position, that adding housing, which we did, was an important part of what we felt was in the best interest of the town and the region. And that was done, but we did it carefully. We did it slowly, sometimes too slowly for the liking of many people. So all I would ask is, and I'm, as a town meeting member, I am not sure that the detached structure part of this should move forward at this time. That maybe give it a little bit more time as we digest the MBTA Communities Act. So all I'm doing is throwing up the caution flag saying, how much housing over what period of time, and how does this fit in? And thank you for your hearing this evening.
Thank you very much, John. Holly Clark.
Thank you. I'm still Holly Clark, and I still live at 1652 Central Avenue. And I have to say, I'm just processing all the comments, as I'm sure all of you are. I think the idea of since we've all been telling stories, I will say, when we did the ADU the first time, I was concerned that we were being very restrictive about who could be a caretaker. And I remember having a conversation with Mr. Alpert about, and my comment then was that I trust the planning board to do things about preserving the character of the neighborhood and making sure it looks like a single family residence, making sure parking is taken care of, traffic isn't impacted. But I didn't think any of us should be getting into deciding who is a family member that could be a caretaker. That if somebody chose a niece, that was fine with me. As long as it was, you know, if we said one person, if they fit within those other structures. So loosening that part is something that I welcome. I do think the devil is in the details of all of this. And so I appreciate people saying ADUs are really important. I hear that, but I do appreciate the care that people are showing here about really trying to think it through. I would find it difficult to support something, with all due respect, Mr. Smart, that said, no special permits. I wonder if what has happened is special permits have actually done their job, so that when you require a special permit, and maybe it could be simple or maybe it could be cheaper, I hear that, but maybe that sharpens people as when they come in with a project that gets approved. And I could certainly see the Zoning Board of Appeals approving one special permit for one address because they're individual considerations. And if this other address, it's a bigger proposal and it's closer to the neighbors, and there's reasons, I could see the ZBA saying, yes, project number 1 met its burden. I'm sorry, project number 2, you didn't, you need to change it. Or the conditions that are put on are different. And I think it's really important to make sure that the neighbors have an opportunity to address it. And I guess I do think it's different if it's a separate structure.
So you're okay by right if it's part of if it's included in the existing
I'm not
primary house?
sure that I'm okay if it's by right as part of an existing structure. But
Not existing structure.
by like within the house.
Right.
Within the house. If it's within the house, I'm not sure what I think about that. I think I'm much clearer that I would not think doing it by right in a detached structure.
And that's why.
Yeah.
That's
right.
why we've
Right. So-
structured it, that it's as of right if it's within the house.
Right.
And the reason, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the reason why, if it's in the house, which still needs to maintain the character of a single-family residence, is because with the experience that we've now had, that other towns have had, a conclusion was made, I'm not going to say we made it, the conclusion, but the conclusion was made in general that this was something that could be handled by the building commissioner, that it didn't have to go to the CBA. And that's why in that instance, we decided to get away from the special permit, which could be an expensive process for that, but we're still requiring it.
I hear that. I'm just saying, for me, I'm processing that and I'm appreciating it. I also think, as I look at the draft language of the bylaw, just strictly looking at it as an attorney, looking at it.
That's always dangerous.
It is, isn't it? Okay, so, and yes, there can be more than one attorney with more than one opinion. I totally grant that. But as I very much appreciate that we're putting out the intention that neighborhoods will continue to look like single-family neighborhoods, and I think that's important. And I appreciated, Marianne, your comment about what happens if we have multiple, accessory buildings, the congestion. I think at some point you lose it.
I noticed that in the accessory dwelling bylaw that we have here for the detached garage, we actually have a provision that if you have an accessory dwelling unit ADU, there can only be one other detached building limited to 50 square feet. So right now, if you can have multiple accessory buildings that aren't ADUs.
Right.
You can have multiple storage units, but if you're going to have an ADU, a detached ADU, you're only going to get by what we've drafted to present it to town meeting, there's only going to be one other outbuilding, and it's limited to 50 square feet.
Where?
Is that right?
It's in
I thought it was,
use regulations for ADU within an accessory building.
Are you under
What
the
page-
existing
what
No,
section?
bylaw?
no,
You're
no,
under
no,
the
because we
proposal.
don't have an accessory building now. This is our proposed language, 3.15.3.2, use regulations for ADU within an accessory building. It says that,
Yes.
paragraph A, there
Right.
shall be no more than one ADU on a lot and no more than one additional accessory building larger than 50 square
yes,
feet.
larger than 50.
Larger than
Right.
50 square
Right.
feet, right,
That-
so that you
Right.
can have smaller
You can-
buildings, I'm sorry.
Yes,
So you can have multiple other buildings that are less than 50 square feet, but you're limited to 3 buildings, the main house, the ADU, and one other building that's larger than 50 square feet each. So, you know, less than 50 square feet is a storage shack. So
Thank you very much for
that
pointing that
issue has been.
And then with
has been
respect to,
addressed in our-
with
in our
respect
bylaw.
to parking, I should have mentioned, I apologize, I meant to mention that we have a requirement already in our existing ADU bylaw that all, parking, all parking is required off-street, on premises. So we're not permitting additional cars that would be permitted for on-street parking.
Do we allow on-street parking? That's what I thought.
So thank you very much.
Okay,
Well,
so.
we do if we call the police department first and say.
Right,
"I
and
have to
then,
park my
right,
car
that's exception.
outside."
Okay, so I just wanted to say what I was saying about the language here. We, in 3.15.3.3, the maintenance appearance of single-family property, we lay out this is our purpose, and then we say, but pursuant to the regulation 3.15.3.1G, to the extent possible, exterior entrances and access ways to the ADU shall not detract. And I just think there's a certain tension here, like we're laying out what our purpose is, and then we're saying, well, to the extent possible, we should. And then in the next paragraph, we say, but the building commissioner shall not deny a building permit with or occupancy permit for the ADU within a single family building solely due to the concern that they didn't meet the standards. So we're setting a standard. We're saying if you can, but then we're saying if you don't meet the standard, we can't necessarily deny it. And that's a tension that I think needs to be worked through a little bit more respectfully, because
Please, Jean.
May I respond to
Sure.
that? Because what we're getting at there is that this is a decision that might be hard for the building inspector to make. And if the building inspector is, well, how am I supposed to know if it keeps the appearance of it? In that case, the building inspector is required to refer it to the design review board, which, our design review board consists of architects, landscape architects, people with experience in design, and they then make a recommendation to the building commissioner.
Right, and I appreciate that. So number one, I think it's important that both the proponent and any neighbors would be able to address the design review board. And right now, that is not set. Right, so
I understand that that's different, it's different from the zoning board of appeals, where with special permits, where hearings have to be notified and the butters have to be notified. I mean, people can keep an eye on the agenda and keep up with it, but it's true, it is not.
But even if you
notified.
knew, even if you happen to know, because let's make it really positive. Everybody's getting along. My neighbor wants to put it there. I'm not sure, right? Because they don't have Stephen, and they have really loud kids, and they have a rock band, and that's what they practice. Like, that's what we did to my mother. Okay, so, and I'm just saying, I don't want to do it. Like, I don't think, or this is actually on design, right? Where the door is going. A neighbor that happens to know that the design review board is considering it, should be able to address the design review board about it. That's all I'm saying, right? It's just, and so that's a tweak. I think neighbors should be able to address the design review board on all projects, but we're not doing that here. But if what we're going to do is delegate to the design review board, the people that are impacted should be able to address the design review board too.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Or can I say a comment? If, as far as I know, that no housing goes to the design review board unless the building commissioner requested. Is that correct, Dave?
Yes, that's correct.
So no one in town can actually make a comment on any housing design unless Mr. Roach recommends it. Is that correct?
Well, more specifically, our bylaw here says that when the building commissioner is in doubt on a design feature, in particular on the preservation of the single family character of a house, then he consults or she consults with the design review board for their recommendation. And I think in the past, the design review board has, on other files that are not single family resident files, I think that the design review board has heard from neighbors before.
They have, and they've also other times said, we're not going to. So that's the tension.
And in this, what happened?
But not for single family homes.
Right, well, we normally
Is
don't
that
go there.
correct?
Right?
Well, remember, if it's a detached building, you're in front of the ZBA to begin with. So the neighbors have an opportunity to,
Correct.
if it's within the home and the building commissioner is in doubt as to whether or not it meets the requirements, the building commissioner cannot deny it without going to the design review board. But what the design review board then reports back to the building commissioner is advisory only. The design review board does not have the final word. They just advise the building commissioner, this is what we think, and now the building commissioner makes a decision.
Right. So there isn't that a public forum like you'd have with a hearing like at the ZBA.
I mean, essentially, we kind of gave the building commissioner almost a parachute as far as safety, as far as, you know, whether he has, even if it's a vague inclination of not being served, just go to the design review board. That way,
Let's see what they say.
yeah, it takes it out of solely his jurisdiction.
No, it doesn't, because then they go back, don't they already?
Yeah, well, yes,
back to
yeah,
the-
yes,
So
then,
he
yes,
has-
but
so
then
then he
they
has
go,
to make a
then they go
decision.
back to the building
Building
commissioner,
commissioner.
but he's thrown it over to them and say, please give me
What
your
do you
advice.
guys think?
Yeah, please give me
Yeah.
your advice. So that, yes.
I understand that. When they do that, that's at a public hearing. All I'm saying is the other parties that are impacted, both the proponent who wants it and perhaps the neighbors that are saying, please don't put that, please don't make those two doors. Please put the door over on the side. It could be something that simple. If it's the design review board that's going to be hearing from one side, they should hear from both. That's all. Just, it could be by letter, it could be, there just should be some opportunity. That's all.
I understand. Thank you. There was another gentleman in the room. Would you like to come and say your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, I'm Dave Dirks, 674 Webster Street. I wasn't going to speak because my wife already spoke earlier, but I was just thinking, listening to a lot of the comments and Mr. Smart's comments, and this whole question has been a lot of discussion about special permits or not special permits and for what. And it feels to me like maybe we should think about drawing the line between, you know, whether you're building a new building or not, as opposed to whether it's going to be attached to the current house or whether it's detached, because it seems like it's actually could be less of a burden, you know, if there's an existing structure and you're just moving someone in there as opposed to putting an addition on your house. So if it sort of feels to me like maybe the line should be, you know, are you building a new building on the property or not? That would be sort of a simple way to say you're not changing the look of the neighborhood because, you know, you're really talking about existing structures, or you are changing the look of the neighborhood because you're adding new, you know, structures to the property. And those really should maybe have a higher level of review. So
thank you.
Just a thought.
And Mr. Dirks, that's what we're proposing. That you always need a special permit if you're having a separate building.
Right.
Detached.
I just want to make it.
Right, but what I'm
even
saying is if the separate building already exists, then you also need a special permit. And I'm saying if the separate building already exists, then why do we need a special permit? Because that building's already there. You're not changing the look of the
Oh, now I
neighborhood or anything like
understand
that. So I'm saying draw the line as to whether you're building a new
Got it.
separate building or whether you're talking about existing buildings, either whether they're attached or not attached.
Well, the reason, I mean, one reason why at the last meeting, I believe it was the last meeting, it was noted that having, you know, allow ADUs in the existing garages. Then it was brought up, we brought it up like, well, it shouldn't just be the existing structures, because you can still build a new garage. Sure. You know, later on down the road, then that becomes an existing structure. Then they want to put an ADU in, which means then they would no longer need a special permit. So in some ways, I understand the logic, it exists. I mean, I kind of get the logic, but again, they can build a new garage, then 1 year, 6 months, 3 years later, it's an existing structure. So then they don't need a special permit because it was just a garage before, but now it's an ADU. So I'm not certain if the logic exactly is going to hold without not requiring it for existing structures. Because you can build another one, then it becomes an existing structure.
Right.
And
right,
grandfathering it to a certain date, I don't know if that
Well, I mean, that
works
would be
as
the
well.
only other
Yeah, I'm
option,
not sure
right?
if
Is
that
grandfather as of the
necessarily,
date that
yeah,
this
I'm not
came
sure if
in.
that necessarily works.
Yeah.
For me, that doesn't
It is
necessarily work,
crafty,
the
though,
grandfather
Marty. You're right. I wasn't thinking that craftily, but I suppose someone could do that.
Well, I'm not saying they're intentionally doing that. I'm just saying, I'm just saying the fact remains is some point down the line, someone's going to build another garage. Then it simply becomes a detached, and then it becomes an existing structure. I'm not giving intention there. I'm just saying fact.
The only other comment I want to make was an earlier speaker spoke about this idea of a senior being able to move into the ADU. I think this is one great reason to be so supportive of this. I mean, these seniors that get pushed out of the town and, to be able to move into an ADU and then maybe rent their house for ongoing income in their later years. I hadn't even thought of that. And that's just seems like an amazing opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? We still have 3 other zoning articles to attend to. I don't see anyone else. I see Maggie with your hand up, but before I come to you, Maggie, Natasha, your hand is up. So you're muted, Natasha.
You're still muted, Natasha.
Yeah, I just wanted to get, just in general, just one comment, based on what Mr. Bullion was saying about capacity. I was part of the capacity working group for the housing plan. And with me was Carol Fischetti from FinCom and Michael O'Brien from the schools. And they determined that the ADU would create minimal impact in either the schools or the or any kind of capacity for the town. So I just wanted to clarify that future development would need to be assessed, but that the ADUs, it's so minimal. And that is why we were recommending that that the capacity wouldn't necessarily be affected as it would with other types of development.
Thank you, Natasha. I'd like to recognize in the room Maggie Abruzius. Sorry. Oh, Maggie, come on up. And then I'll just ask Dave quickly. Dave, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a few things. And if I seem a little broken up, the transmission seems a little broken up as well. So I apologize for that. So, so just a few things that people talked about tonight, and allowing this by right and having the building commissioner permit it by right and things like that, is that we live in a town that not necessarily everybody agrees with all that. I have people that ask me why they're not notified that an addition gets put on a house that's being done by right, that a new house is being built, and why weren't we notified? So to me, if I am now going to approve some of these things by right that could impact the neighborhood, I want it to be heard at a public hearing, honestly, because I don't need a line of people at my front desk complaining about they weren't noticed, or how did this happen, and do we have any rights and all. So it would put a lot of burden on me and my department to do some of these things by right, because a couple of the comments that come up before that I heard, which is absolutely I've heard before, is that I bought a single family house in Needham because I wanted to live in a single family neighborhood. I don't want to live in a multi-family neighborhood. So, I'm all on board with the units within the houses, because honestly, the size of some of these homes and the multiple doors that go into some of these houses, you can't tell if there's an apartment in there or not. So I don't have any issues with those. Some of the accessory buildings buildings that are on lots now. You probably wouldn't know if there was an accessory unit in there now or after the fact. I am a little concerned, as Mary Ann brought up earlier, is maybe limiting the amount of buildings on a lot, because I think that honestly may take away from the character of a neighborhood by putting multiple buildings. And again, that would have to be on a lot that is, conforming or larger than conforming in order to do that, but we do have lots that are in the SRB and district that are 12, 13,000 square feet. So easily a couple buildings could be built. So, a lot of things got said, and I just want to make sure that people realize that, you can't just go out and, for instance, convert a 2-car garage into an ADU without complying with, unfortunately now with the stretch code that the town has adopted. Some of the building code requirements may force you to take that garage down anyway, because it'll never pass energy code requirements. And then we're talking about actually, increasing the energy code requirements by going to zero net energy. I mean, it's renovations in general could be an issue, honestly, let alone garage conversion. So just a few things I wanted to talk about while we were still on that subject, and that's it. And thanks for having me on.
Thank you very much. Stick around. We got a few more zoning issues. Thank you very much, Dave. That's helpful. Maggie Abruzzi's?
Hi, Maggie Abruzzi, 30 Bridal Trail. Just a couple things I wanted to raise. First of all, I would encourage you, I know it's difficult to think about. We want to think the best of everyone, and we want to, this is a kind of a warm and fuzzy topic where, increasing housing and things. But I think it is important to realize that not all neighbors are best pals. And, it's not pleasant, but you do have to think of worst case scenarios or bad scenarios or things. You can't just think about the happy grandparents and the lovely children and the neighborhood parties. I mean, you really do have to think of the sources of conflict and tension, and are you planning for those and appropriately designing things to minimize those situations. So I think one that has been brought up many times is notice, and when is it appropriate for neighbors to have notice? Because, as we've seen throughout town, possibility of amicable relations are much higher when people are given notice of things and they're not just finding out after the fact or when things are in process. So I would ask that you keep that in mind. Another thing to think about, the rosy picture is that, well, I use my garage as a gym right now. My children play in there. My neighbors don't have any problem at all with that. That's not really an apartment. An apartment is a whole nother family unit coming in, taking out their garbage, having parties, having cars. There's a whole lot of in and out and things that happen in a living unit that don't happen when you use something recreationally. Even if you're using it as a room, it's not the same as an independent living unit. And I also think that—
Are you speaking against allowing the building to be as close as 5 feet?
Yes, I am not in favor of allowing buildings so close to neighboring properties. I think there is concern that we have heard today that we're turning single family zones into 2-family zones. And I think there is validity to that concern, and it should be considered as people are considering it. I think having detached apartments within 3 feet, 5 feet of the neighboring property, it greatly exacerbates that concern. And the neighbors may be friends today, but people move, people change. But, you know, it really, I think, is a problematic situation. And I understand the concerns about equity. Well, you know, why can't I do that if someone else can do it? But, you know, we have FARs, we have other things that don't allow you to do what maybe I could do because my property is a little different. So to me, that equity argument doesn't really ring true. I think we should try to serve the purpose that the good that we want to serve, but not make it so broad that it becomes problematic. The other point I wanted to speak to, which was raised by Lou, which I think is something to really think about, is most people have no idea what it means to be a landlord. And there are a lot of laws in Massachusetts that govern being a landlord and how to do it. And you have to do it right, or else you're exposing yourself to a lot of liability. And then you have situations, again, here I am, negative Nelly, but, you know, eviction laws, and there's a lot to being a landlord. And I think if we're going to make everyone be potentially a landlord, we have to plan for education. We have to, and I don't know if it's mandatory stuff that goes with an ADU application to educate people on what the responsibilities are, so that we have some hope that they are good landlords. Not that people would intend to be bad landlords, but many people may not know you can't charge a tenant for water unless you have a separate meter. So there's a lot of things that people have no idea about. And I think as a town, we need to think that through, both that tenants know their rights and that landlords know their responsibilities. So
You
that's,
can charge them for electricity unless there's a separate meter.
see, there you go. There's a lot of things that that people don't know. I'm not in favor, and I'll just say, I'm not in favor of opening up to leasing to anyone. I think the caregiver, the multi-generational living, I think those are all good and workable. I think leasing to others takes it too far. But if we're going to go there, I think we need to set things up. And when we saw at the select board meeting a couple times ago, apparently there's not a lot of resources for tenants, or the tenants can sometimes have difficulty resolving landlord-tenant issues in Needham, because I think we probably don't have a great number of them, so we just don't have the processes and the things in place. If we're going to make every place available to be rented, we should address that issue.
To what concern does it change it if it's within this house structure itself? I know philosophically it may not change it at all, but you know, there's the outbuilding version of rental, but then there's internal to the house. So it's set like a single family house. Now we've opened it up to allow essentially almost anyone to be within that structure. Yeah. If the existing homeowner living in that structure wants someone else living in there, or if they want to shift themselves to the ADU, then
Right.
quote, rent out the other part.
Right.
How does that shift concern?
I think, we're talking about a spectrum, right? Like the most extreme, I don't want to make everything a two-family, says don't allow any leases, don't expand it at all beyond caregivers and whatever. But then there's a middle position, which is, don't do accessory structures, to only have it within the house. You have a spectrum here of things that you can do. And I know you have a lot of concerns to balance, but I just wanted to state what my thoughts and concerns are.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Heidi, I see your hand up. We'll come to you in a minute. Kathy Mertz is is on Zoom, so I'd like to bring Kathy over and then Heidi, and then we still have 3 other zoning articles to go through.
Do we really?
Yeah.
We do, and we've run out of
So,
time. We
yes,
can't, we
we
have
still
to
have
do it
decisions.
tonight.
Well, luckily,
Yes.
2 of them will be real quick.
Yeah.
So, do we lose Kathy?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there is Kathy. I forgot Bob's name once, and I didn't even see you on the screen. I need some more insulin. Kathy, go ahead.
Kathy Mertz, 67 Ryberry Hill Way. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct I. I'm fully supportive of this proposal and I will vote for it. There's one thing I have an issue with, which I'll get to. One thing I just wanted to mention is people use the term affordable housing when they talk about ADUs. And I think there's a clarification needed. We're not talking about 40B affordable housing. We're talking about providing a choice of housing, different kinds of choices with a variety of price points to allow people who are workforce, people who wouldn't normally be able to afford an apartment or a home in Needham. That's one. Number 2, the numbers are going to be modest. I don't know the statistic offhand, but I think it's fewer than 12 ADUs over the last 3 years since we allowed ADUs. And other towns, and I know this from research that my husband Oscar has done, who are similar to ours, who have relieved all restrictions, have not seen a big uptick in the number of ADUs that are requested. So that's the other thing. The third thing that I do feel strongly about is the minimum lease length of 12 months. I think that's onerous. I think there are lots of things, a lot of the things that the ADUs, the benefits of the ADUs, what it gives us is the opportunity to provide housing, to provide the opportunity for housing for people who aren't here necessarily for a full year. There may be people who are renovating their home and they need a place to live for 4 or 5 months. There may be someone who is in the midst of a divorce and needs some temporary housing while they get their lives settled. There may be people who want to move to Needham for a few months as they look around for houses to buy. I think 12 months is a long time, and that we would open up opportunities for more people if we had a shorter lease term. I know that Wellesley just lifted their restrictions, and their minimum lease length is 30 days. I don't know when it went into their discussion of what they wanted, and I don't know how much controversy there was, but I'm pretty sure that they feel the same way about having a flood of Airbnbs as we do. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Heidi?
Thank you. Heidi Frail, 29 Power Street. I just wanted to make a very brief comment. I wanted to speak a little bit towards this idea that we're turning single-family neighborhoods into 2-family neighborhoods, which I just deny wholesale. But I also want to link this to this question of equity that is of varying importance to those in the room. I want to remind everyone that we've had a lot of people here from Precinct G, which is a very dense neighborhood, denser, in fact, in some areas than even the new dense housing that we're planning to build on the Foster property, denser. And I want to remind people that despite the fact that this is a very dense area, at least with the detached structures, the existing non-conforming structures that we've been discussing that are possibly too close to the property line, none of these will be changing the landscape of this neighborhood. They already exist. People are used to seeing them. They're used to having them in their backyards. It's true that the use may change, but with oversight from a special permit, I think that those changes can be mitigated. And I think that we should allow the opportunity for those changes to be mitigated, because a special permit can always be denied, but to cut it, to eliminate the possibility, eliminates the possibility. I want to emphasize that a lot of this particular type of neighborhood is where a lot of these older, smaller, single-family homes are located, where we're talking specifically, and this arose whether it was in the housing plan or on our community survey, which tells us the lowest answers that we received were that our community was not satisfied with the variety and types of housing that we have. Those older homes are also occupied largely by older people. Those are on smaller lots. They have existing non-conforming buildings, and they do not have the room in their backyard to plant a large ADU. So in disallowing an existing non-conforming building, we are disallowing the opportunity for an ADU and perhaps some extra income for that very specific group where this whole conversation started, trying to keep seniors in their homes or in their neighborhoods, whether it's in the main house or in their backyard, where they're still surrounded by their neighbors in a house or a building that has been existing the entire time they've been in their house. There's no change. What does change the character of a single family neighborhood is to have a huge add-on to a house, a giant renovation that now includes an ADU. And I'll tell you something, I think that because we've only had 10 of these in 3 years, that the folks lining up at the building department are probably not complaining about ADUs, they're probably complaining about giant renovations. So I just want to, when we talk about the nature of a single family neighborhood, let's be realistic about what changes are actually occurring and what changes we're afraid will occur.
Thank you very much. This has been a very helpful discussion. I think we have a number of questions, ahead of us that we need to make, or that we need to ask. I have a catalog of them. Jean, you've been taking notes.
I have notes.
I know, you got a whole new notepad just for ADUs.
Right.
So that's going to be very helpful.
When we discuss this at our next meeting, you mean?
Yeah, I would like, thank you all for attending. I'd like to, and if we can tonight, I'd like to come back to our notes. But I now at this time would like to talk about the 3 other zoning articles. Absolutely, Alex. So the next item on our zoning package, we want to do 3-car garages. So with 3-car garages right now, we've had, I think, 14 3-car garage applications at the ZBA, and I think all but 2 were.
You mean in what period of time?
In the last 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you know what? I was thinking of ADUs. I've had multiple spreadsheets, and I can't recall from one to the other. It's a good question. That's an ADU spreadsheet.
We don't need to be precise, but I wasn't sure if you meant 1 year.
I think in the last 3 or 4 years, we've had since 2018. Thank you very much, Mary Ann. We've had 14 applications. 12 have been approved. 2 were denied, and the 2 that were denied, the ZBA is required to have a unanimous decision. They're a body of 3, and only 1 member disagreed. And a question comes up, as to whether the other 2 members of the ZBA did not believe that the denial was for a basis because it was a violation of the zoning bylaw. Now, the ZBA has had a history of this because they're the special permit granting authority, and the process can be complicated and lengthy and expensive for homeowners, as Attorney Bob Smart referred to the special permit process when we were talking about ADUs. And the hearings can also be extended several times. And so and in most cases where they are not denied, there's an opportunity to simplify the process for the municipality and for homeowners. I don't know if we have John Schneider from the ZBA or not.
Mr. Roach is still.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check. I'm still actually on, so I can check. Yes, he is. So John, you might be able to hear us and see us. Alex is out of the room for a moment, but when she's back, we might invite you. Thanks, Artie. Alex, can you please bring over, just when you heard your name, right? Your ears were burning. You can't get like 2 seconds. If you could please bring John Schneider from the ZBA over. And then we'll see if he has anything else to add. All right. John, we can't hear you or see you yet. There we go.
There we go.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. John, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, John Schneider, 210 South Street.
Thank you very much. Were you able to hear my short introduction about three-car garages?
I was.
Do you have anything else that you wish to add?
Well, yeah, I have a couple of comments. In my view, three-car garages are now pretty standard fare with the houses that are being built in Needham. I think garages are a good thing and that they should be encouraged, not discouraged. They're a good thing because they get cars off the street and cars out of the driveway and junk out of the yard. In terms of the hearings that we've had for special permits, I think you described what's been the history in the last 5 years and even far beyond that. 90% of them are non-controversial. Occasionally, some neighbors come to participate, and they usually come with a misunderstanding that we're allowing people potentially to build a bigger structure than what they might otherwise build, when that's not at all what the hearing is about. People are only building what they are allowed to build of right. And the issue is literally whether they have to put siding on a piece of the building or whether they're going to have a garage door. And from an objective standard, I find it very difficult to imagine a circumstance where I would find that having a garage door rather than siding changes the character of a neighborhood or has a adverse effect on the value of the other houses in the neighborhood. So I've been for a number of years in favor of simplifying this process for homeowners and builders and allowing the 3 garages of right. I think they're just normal these days. Mr. Roach, I know, is on here, and I think he also agrees that it would make sense to allow them of right and make things simpler.
Thank you, John. Dave, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. So, I totally agree with John. And the whole design of the homes right now is if they can do it, is if they can get a 3-car garage, then great. A lot of lots based on the 80-foot width, unless you built the house the long way, they're not going to be able to do it regardless. But in certain circumstances, some corner lots, some larger lots in certain districts, they can certainly do it. And I think it should be allowed by right. It's, John, again, alluded to the fact that people say, well, they put on an extra garage, the house is bigger, and that's not the case. The footprint and the lot coverage still has to be met. And if you decide to chew that up with garage as opposed to living space, then so be it. And I also agree that it's better to have cars or boats or anything like that that can be put in a garage rather than sitting in the driveway is probably a better thing than not. So again, I thought that we would have been moving in a different direction and maybe just kind of abolishing the special permit criteria for the third garage and allow it by right. And I'm certainly in favor of that, and I think John is. So that's my opinion.
Thank you very much. We should also mention that while we're talking about three-car garages by right in the SRB general residence, the business district, and the industrial districts, there still is a provision where it would be required to be a special permit where the third garage is not set back, I think 5 feet. Is that?
That's the circumstance that a special permit would be needed. Every other circumstance would be by right.
Okay. And so, and that's to break up the massing of the building and to that's pretty predominantly it, to break up the massing.
To break up the massing of the building and to make sure that the appearance of the single-family home is the door, the porch, not 3 garages in a row facing the street, which appears more commercial than it does residential. And there may be circumstances that's hard to envision that we still would say, well, if you can show that it's okay, a special permit process is available for you.
Right.
But in general, most likely it would be, well, it would be up to the Zoning Board of Appeals, of course.
And John, if I could ask you a question, what would be the typical, what's the typical standard for denying a permit for a 3-car garage?
Well, the bylaw says that it can't change the character of the neighborhood, and it can't have an material adverse effect on the values of the other properties, and there can be no noise or light glare. And we always put in a provision that all the lights have to be downward facing. So as I said, I think it's very hard to think of a circumstance where you would say, in this day and age, putting in a garage door rather than siding changes the character of the neighborhood or has a adverse effect on the value of the properties in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Before coming to members on the board, I'd like to ask anyone in the audience if they'd like to comment on this. I see Holly. I moved my head too quick to go to the Zoom screen. Holly, come on up, please. Thank you very much.
I came to work tonight. So this is a question.
Name and address for the record.
Sure. Holly Clark, 1652 Central Avenue. And this is a question just about the language in the proposed language here. So I understand from this discussion, the intent is to, well, I think I understand that the intent is to allow by special permit an additional garage space in the various districts, either up to 4, up to 3. But with the language, actually, the draft language says, upon application to the Board of Appeals, the Board of Appeals may issue a special permit for 1 additional garage space per lot in the single residence A and institutional district for a total of 4, or 1 additional garage space in single residence B, general residence, et cetera, for a total of 3 garage spaces, notwithstanding that the garage space store is not permitted under the paragraph above.
Yes.
So What we're trying to do is leave some room in some situations to still let the extra bay come in, right? That's what we're trying to do.
All of the paragraphs up above are the circumstances where they can just get the building permit from the building commissioner.
Right.
If the third garage is on the side, if the third garage is set back 5 feet from the front, even if it's on the front, all those circumstances, they can just get a special permit. I mean, excuse me.
They can just do it.
Get a
Do it
building
by
permit.
right and
Do it
that-
by right.
Okay.
And it's only the one circumstance where they want to put the 3 cars right on the front of the property that they have to go
Right.
get a special permit.
But, right, so we're saying, notwithstanding that you don't meet the criteria, we might let you do it if it's reasonably adaptable to such use and will allow proper layout thereof.
Yeah.
And then we put in a couple examples. And I just don't know what reasonably adapted means. I think that's language that just needs to be fine-tuned to actually, it just isn't a standard. Like we're saying, here's when you get it by right. And then we're saying, if you don't meet it by right, notwithstanding that, we might let you have it. And if it's reasonably adapted. So I get the point.
Looking at this, Holly, I'm just going to make the comment that you'll notice that that language is not underlined, which means that's the standard that the ZBA has been using all along up to this point. That's language that is taken from the existing bylaw. So, maybe John Snyder wants to speak to that, but that's the standard that they've been applying all along.
And usually we let it go through, but a couple of times we haven't. Maybe.
I mean, I think John is saying that in most cases they have put it through, and so they don't think they should, right? It's John, that you're saying that you shouldn't have, that you should basically allow it by right.
Yeah, and in my judgment, and the two that were denied were wrongly denied. They were not denied under the standard set forth in the bylaw.
But presumably, just for the 2 board members or the board member that didn't approve it, for them, they thought the burden hadn't been met to show that it was reasonably acceptable. I'm just saying, looking at this, and I understand if there's a working understanding, or the board has developed its own pattern and practice of what reasonably means to the board, but just in terms of looking at this, and it's a bylaw, and it should be clear about what it means. I don't know what reasonably adaptable means, because we've already said when you get it by right. So maybe I would just say, I see a red flag here, but if y'all don't think we'll just see whether it ever comes up or it doesn't. But I'm just saying, look at, and I think it just struck me, having also looked at some of the language in the ADU thing, that we're trying to get somewhere, and it's just the wording maybe could use a little more work, and maybe because we've had some issues about our bylaws actually conveying what we intended, it just jumped out at me. Right. So yes, right, which is why this just made me
look at the language that we've had in our bylaw now for 67.
No, I think that's incorrect.
What does that mean?
The current standard are different than what are set forth on this draft.
They are different?
Yes.
So what are they? Should they be included here, sir?
Well, I don't have the,
right.
I don't know if it was really intended to write them out, but right now I'm doing this by memory. I think the standard is that the third garage cannot change the character of the neighborhood. It cannot have an adverse effect on the houses in the neighborhood, and there can be no noise or light glare from the property. And that's I think been taken out. and a new standard put in. So I don't know.
It has not been taken out. That paragraph stays in. This
It
was.
stays in, it just isn't on this printed sheet.
It's not on this
Yes.
printed sheet because it's not being modified.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
I would look,
Oh,
that's all.
thank you. Lou Wolfson, I see your hand is up. Alex, if we can bring Lou over.
Hi, hi, everyone. I guess I'm probably in the minority again. I've been involved in real estate here in Needham for a long time. I build homes here. I own real estate here. I have grandchildren and family that lives here. I have properties in all the zones you guys want to change and allow three-car garages in or four-car garages. So if anybody, I should be all in favor of this, and I'm not. As a builder, I'm very conscientious of my neighbors and the neighborhood that I'm building in. I do not feel that it's a matter of right that I should be allowed to put a three-car garage at my home or build one across the street from your home without getting my neighbors' input and approval of the ZBA. Some subdivisions like Sunrise Circle, all new homogeneous homes, it is more appropriate, others it is not. I'm not sure how long you've been on the boards, but some of you may remember the two houses on Pleasant Street. Both properties abut my daughter and son-in-law. One developer intended to build and frame for a three-car garage. He was denied and required to make it blend more into the area. The other was built 2 years ago with a three-car garage. One was in the front, the other two side-loaded, which blends into the area and was supported by the neighbors. I would like to think that the one that was denied was not just denied because Ron Ruth, former chairman of the planning board, who spoke against it, but the ZBA listened to and understood the concerns of all the neighbors. I've sent you guys pictures as well of those two homes, and that would make me disagree with also what John just said about it being homogeneous and wrongly denied. There again, that property maybe had 100-foot frontage, but all the other homes in the street maybe have 60, 70, 50-foot frontage. So to say it was wrongly denied and that it fit into the neighborhood, I would disagree. I would also like to, I was also surprised to see the home being built at 883 Greendale. We three-car garages under. I know that to think that this is appropriate and keeping with the character of the neighborhood is beyond me. I'm disappointed that the ZBA approved this and that members of the planning board support this idea going forward as proposed in the amendment. I doubt that abutters and concerned citizens would allow this type of facade if it were proposed for a commercial apartment building or office building in our downtown areas. If Article 1 is changed, this may be the norm across from you or me or in our residential neighborhoods. Most of the SRB's neighborhoods have homes with 1 or 2 car garages and frontage of less than 80 feet. As a homeowner and builder, if I seek to add a 3rd car garage and have spoken with and have the support of the neighbors, I do not mind spending the time or money to go in front of the ZBA and seek its approval, nor should anyone else. I hope the board will reconsider its position on the 3-car garages, and just allow the neighbors to have input. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Anyone else want to speak to this? I think this is helpful.
So just to get back to Holly's point.
Yes.
Again, so the only amendment that we're making here on this on the special permit section is that there's an introductory paragraph that then has, because if you look at the language in what's being proposed, it ends with an open areas and provided further that the proposed use semicolon. And then there's a blank here because that's all that's being amended. And so the criteria that John Schneider was referring to is still in the bylaw.
That's right.
Subparagraphs A, B, and C.
Right.
No, I understood that and I appreciate it. I just am saying, when we jump then to, like, so.
You need to.
We have to cover the table. If you can please state your name and address again, please. Thanks, Holly.
I'm Holly Clark, 1652 Central Avenue. I see that and I really appreciate you pointing that out to me, that the standards remain over there. But it's, so if you, so you get it by right, but we're saying that if it's reasonably adaptable. So if you're going to meet those standards, that's when we're going to say you're reasonably adaptable, as opposed, okay.
See,
right.
if I may,
Yeah.
I don't want to speak against some of my colleagues here or disagree with my colleagues. This is here because we were having a dispute about certain designs of three-car garages and whether we wanted them to be as of right because we were or were not happy with the design. Gene McKnight points out, we were talking about whether if it's on the side of the house, that's okay. If it's in the front of the house, it has to be set back 5 feet from the front facade of the house. And so the dispute that we were having with, well, what's wrong with not having it 5 feet back, not having it flush to, and so the compromise that we reached was, if you want to have it flush to the house, you can get it by special permit, but we're not going to allow it as of right because we as a board had a disagreement as to whether we were approving of having it
Right,
flush to the front of the
so it
house.
sounds like the board appreciated Lewis's point that, you know, maybe by right, it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. I think the other thing, it just struck me, it's like, if the special permit process is working generally, so people are getting them, it's like you only need the special permit process when you really need the special permit process, right? That's what you're trying to save, is that like there are some designs or some lots or buildings or neighborhoods where it just doesn't fit, and you want to be sure that can still be protected.
To be more precise, that particular design, and that's true regardless of the district.
Yes, but it could be circumstances such as the building in question is set back very much farther from the street than is typical and than is required.
Right, so that it could fit. I mean, I think the hard thing about special permits is they take time. The good thing about special permits is when you need them, they're there. And so this is the, you know, and that's why you all signed up to do this work, to figure this all out for everyone. So, and I just want to take a minute to say, this evening, like, I think you've all, the board and town, you've just shown how you can actually have a public hearing. You can have people come in, you can have comments, take them back and forth and make considered decisions. So thank you very much.
I appreciate you saying that because we have more to do. And on a whole list of planning items, you know, before the board, not just the stuff tonight, we're going to have additional housing reform. We're going to have climate smart zoning reform. There may be some other opportunities for commercial development reform. And I agree, this is the standard with which we should follow. And I appreciate you commenting on that. Thank you very much. Would somebody like to make, do we need to make a motion to adjourn?
Well, we
I mean,
got two more zoning articles.
I mean, to recess, a motion to recess.
Oh, motion to recess.
Yeah, recess.
Yeah.
Actually, before we recess, I just want to make one comment on the car garage thing. And, Mr. Yeah, so John, I mean, I respect what's going on with the ZBA as far as people coming to, and you want to try to make it easier to have less projects coming to you that don't seem necessary. What has it been under, 15 or 14 apps on over about 4 or 5 years, something like that. The problem I'm currently struggling right now is this. So there's been a pro and con of why this has been now come to us. The pro has been that we're addressing the fact that from a visual standpoint, the 3 cars all in one row really don't work very well. So that's been a really great thing that says, okay, if we're gonna allow it, that's how they should be allowed. In my opinion, that should kind of filter over to the ZBA, in my personal opinion, John. The problem I'm having, so where I'm struggling is the fact that there's only been 14 in 4 or 5 years. And the fact, and Dave as well, as far as you're thinking, kind of the neighborhood of the town, that's kind of where it's going, just more garages. I'm not sure, I mean, I'm not sure if I fully adopt that feeling as far as in our neighborhoods. In a lot of the neighborhoods, people just want to build 3-car garages. Now, I will admit that if builders have the free will without a special permit to build 3-car garages, they're going to do it, I suppose. I mean, I would admit that as a possibility, that there would be an increased garages built because of now not needing a special permit. I do not necessarily agree that that's a good thing for the town, that make it easier for them to just simply build a 3rd-car garage, because it's now they don't have to go to a special permit. So that's where I disagree. It's a great that we've had this conversation of what that third base should look like. But I'm now struggling in my head how that should just be allowed by right, as opposed to now perhaps just let it still be a special permit, but take the notation that if we're going to allow it on the front of the garage, and we've had a lot of discussions, just have it be setback. Just if they're going for the ZBA, that's how it's going to look. So I'm just struggling with just allowing it by right now.
I understand that. Thank you for your comment. Can we take a
Recess.
Yeah, a recess.
I'll move that we recess for
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion, Paul? Sorry. Any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert, just to take a 5-minute recess.
I know, but I thought you had the authority to clarify.
Yeah, I thought we had also I haven't been at the voting.
I think the chair, I don't
Now
think.
we have to spend more time talking about it than voting on it.
Chair, all right, I'm going to exercise some discretion. There you go. A little too diplomatic. Okay, 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 10:23.
When Marty was on the board, Marty would just say, "Can we have a recess, please?" And we'd go, "Sure, you got it."
Because I mean, I want to respond to that last guy, which is, it not only costs people,
The morning of the 17th works, except that
most of them hire a lawyer, so it's costing them several $1,000s to get these permits. That's why it ought to be a problem.
Right, because it makes it sound like you can't handle 14 hours. It's like you look on the first right.
You actually sounded like Marty when you did that invitation. That's exactly what he'd say, and that's exactly how he'd say it.
Yeah.
For some reason, Paul is in the middle of like a dead spot audio-wise. I've moved microphones over toward you. Yeah.
Nobody could hear me? That is great!
No, we can hear you, but you're very echoey because I picked you up off of
Adam. Nobody heard it.
So I'm going to turn the microphones at him until we can hear him. No, we're not muted at the moment because I'm adjusting the microphone.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So let me stay out of it. Let me know if you need help though, Mark.
Thank you.
It feels like I understand. I got one of them.
We already have a right to this.
I know.
Jean has announced that she's not one of the.
Oh, I didn't know that was official, Jean. What? Look at everybody.
I did this. Oh, you did?
Unless I have hip surgery and, start running again. I can't even walk around the block. Yeah, to some extent I am. I said that. I said that to Mo Handel. I said 1688 just took so much out of me.
Yeah, we definitely is.
But he has to put these
What was that?
But he has to put these back there.
I know. Sam's never been so messed.
The snacks are, I don't know where, yeah, we should bring snacks. I mean, we're here for 5 hours. For crying out loud.
Love the idea. open space for $2.5 million. You know where I live, I'm thrilled. Built on zoning sites, assuming this goes through. That I was gonna have three McMansions right across.
Yeah.
Right across the intersection of Pine and Charles River Street, because you could do that now.
Do we
But-
have trip insurance for this upcoming cruise?
Yes.
Okay. We don't
Housing.
plan trips without.
Well, cruises, you lose everything when you
Yeah.
get close.
And, Adam, God bless him, you know, in
10%,
he said,
10% of the cost of a cruise to insure it,
I know. It's just-
but I don't think you can do
I
it.
don't think you
And
can.
you're paying 16.
so I took a drive in there.
I had to pay almost $2,000. I think they make more money on the insurance than they do.
Because my initial thought was, I'm getting my wife.
I needed to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Writing to my son, asking him if he'll be a pallbearer.
That lady who was on Central Ave, is she the one that said she's a lawyer?
Oh, yeah.
So she's into the language nuance.
Rob, this is what. Thank you very much.
He's not here.
Artie's right there.
I'm right here.
Artie's here. Natasha, can she hear us? Can anyone else hear us? Can you bring us back? Yeah, thanks a lot.
Natasha, if you're there, we're
We're
ready to
reconvened.
get started again.
Natasha, we don't see or hear you. John would like to speak. I recognize John.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to
You're muted,
Artie's.
John. I'm sorry.
I think I'm off.
There we go.
We can hear you now, John.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'd just like to respond to Artie's comments. You know, first of all, in a prior year, we had 8 cases, which was a third of our docket for the year. And in addition to the board having to spend time on these, we have very limited administrative help, unlike the planning board. We have a person 3 days a week. So, and we're really strained to kind of deal with all the stuff that's being processed. So it is a bit of a burden, not an overwhelming one. But I think the biggest reason for making this a right is it's a real burden on the people who have to come in for a special permit. I mean, it's not only a $200 fee in 4 months, but most of the homeowners feel like they got to hire a lawyer. So they end up spending $2,000 or $3,000 on a lawyer to come in for these permits, all of which are very highly likely to be allowed, and all of which the garages make sense. And just one other comment is, Mr. Roach said, a lot of lots just aren't adaptable to 3-car garages. It's only going to be the full size lots that really work. I think at one point we did a study that every third car garage application we had was for a conforming or larger lot. They aren't on the smaller lots. So I hope that answers Artie's concern. May not convince him, but it's a burden administratively, and it's a burden on the homeowners who have to spend a lot of time and money to get these permits.
Yeah, so yeah, John, my concern, to some extent, my concern was more related to, if we open it up, what does it mean for increased 3-car garages? I suppose in some ways that's what I'm really thinking about, is that when you open it up and don't give any threshold, don't give any hurdle, they'll just say, fine, we're just going to do them. That's my concern, John.
Well, I mean, they have a hurdle with the floor area ratio. They have a hurdle with the lot coverage. They have a hurdle with the width of the lot. I mean, everyone's not going to build 3-car garages.
Unless the board has any other comments on 3-car garage, I'd like to move forward with our 2 other articles.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
So the next item is our corrective zoning amendments. And what we're looking to correct with this article is to replace the words building inspector with building commissioner. That's number 1. Number 2, renumbering our bylaw from 3.15 to 3.16 for ADUs. There was a numbering error in the printed
Just for the
bylaw.
record, we have 2 3.15s.
And so we're going to change
And so
one
we're fixing
to
that.
3.6. And then we're updating the parking manual from 2nd edition to the most recent edition. So does anyone have any comment on that? Anyone in the room? Anyone at home? Doesn't look like it. So the 4th item is
To say that I think it was Mr. Bruce who brought it to our attention,
Yes.
the parking manual misreference, and I very much appreciate it.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. There was some additional questions, Maggie, that you had about that. I'm happy to continue the conversation if we're gonna further advance on that. Okay. The final zoning article that we intend to bring to town meeting relates to a side setback, and in particular, that a sidewall cannot be after 32 feet needs to be set back 2 feet further for the remaining length of the structure in order to break up the massing of the structure. And Dave, do you or John want to speak to this item?
Yeah, I'll speak to that.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, so what ended up happening is every time you create a new bylaw, there's always somebody out there that's gonna pick it apart and find out what the fault of it is. So if you actually read the sentence that it talks about, and I'll give you an example, is that the minimum side the minimum side yard setback is 14 feet. And the maximum of 32 linear feet of the structure may be built at the minimum setback line. So somebody picked that up, a few builders picked that up and said, okay, well, what if I'm not building it at the minimum setback line? Do I really have to still comply with the 32-foot length? So it's a legitimate, typo, was something we should have thought about. So in order to fix that, we want to say that basically it's a 32-foot setback with a 2-foot jog, regardless of the setback. So whether it's 14 feet or 400 feet, after 32 feet, you need to set back that wall for the remaining length of the wall. So that's what the change is in a nutshell, is just it got kind of picked apart. And what builders are doing is instead of going 14 feet, they'll go 15 feet. They'll go 32 feet, jog in 2 feet, go 8 feet, jog back out 2 feet, and bring it the rest of the way at the same setback. And that was not the intent of the bylaw. So this way here, we can enforce it, and that wall will be jogged and it'll be jogged the rest of the way. And it doesn't really matter how many feet off the sideline it is.
Thank you very much for recognizing the impact of development, as this item was included in a previous draft of the previous edition of our zoning bylaw, and recognizing that the implementation was not as really intended, and this is an effort to perfect the intent. And I appreciate you bringing it up to the planning board. Does anyone in the public have any comments or questions about this in the room? I don't see any hands up. And I don't see any hands up on Zoom. Do my board colleagues have any comments on this? Artie, Natasha? Okay, everyone's shaking their head. So
I move we close the hearing.
Well, and then do you want to discuss some of the items with ADU, or just?
No, let's save that for when we meet
Friday?
on the 17th.
What, just one second,
Which
Lee.
means we won't get any further comments from the
I
public.
thought we weren't closing the hearing.
We already said that. I said that early tonight. One second. Lee,
Yes.
do you need an indication from us tonight, or can we close the hearing except for additional public comment to be received through the end of this Friday, and then we'll give you the direction and final and.
Or do we leave the hearing open? No, I
No,
thought that we
no.
closed the hearing.
Yes, correct.
And then at our subsequent meeting,
We finalize the language.
we as a board finalize language
Correct.
and vote on our recommendation.
Well, that's what, yeah, I mean,
That's
we're gonna vote on
exactly
it,
what
we're gonna
I
vote on the
expected.
recommendations, but I mean, why do we?
The purpose of the hearing is to get community input.
No, I understand that, so we did, and the public has heard it. My guess is some public, and we'll probably get some additional letters. Is it necessary to close it now, or just close it when we meet, and then we'll have our debate and just make our decision?
So we have to close the hearing tonight in order to be able to meet the timeline for town meeting for the warrant. And
We have to make our vote.
No, we're making our vote.
No,
We're
may I-
making our vote. Yes, Lee, go ahead.
Artie, I would say we don't have to close the hearing tonight, but we need to make a decision on the zoning and get the zoning finalized next week. But
Yeah.
we can certainly close the hearing tonight, except for allowing comments to come in through Friday, which frame basically the public hearing process, which allows us to close the hearing tonight. And it would be beneficial I think, for myself, if I just understood on these articles, the kinds of where, at least get some feedback from you on terms of what you're thinking, because I'm nervous about waiting till Friday to finalize the language. So if there are going to be some significant changes to the language in these articles, I would just like to get an indication of that tonight, so that language can be put together between now and next Friday. So we're not scrambling next Friday.
So And we can do that once we close the hearing, correct? Right now?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Not vote it,
So-
but let's have a conversation about it.
So I tried.
Wait a minute, we're talking about meeting on Friday, the 17th.
Yes.
Which is a week from this Friday.
Correct.
So I'm willing to close the hearing and consider further written communication received by the planning board through next Tuesday or Wednesday. Because I don't, that still gives us a few days to read them before we meet.
Lee, you had mentioned Friday. Is that okay if we allow for additional written public comment until through Monday or Tuesday of next week?
I think it's fine. I think if there are going to be some significant changes here to the language of these articles, I think I need to hear about that tonight so that revised language can be worked up. And we can't wait until next week, Wednesday or Friday of next week to do it, because the final language is going to be due the beginning of the week after.
Right. So after the
Yeah,
17th.
but if we get additional comments, I think any additional changes will be minor.
Yeah, I don't see.
Listen,
I
we've
don't see
heard
any
the
major
substantive, the substantive questions, that we have, that we'll receive, generally speaking, will have already been asked.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with that, but, so did you just make a motion?
I would,
Or Jean, you go ahead, I'm sorry.
all I want to say is I would prefer to close the hearing tonight. This is not something that's been kept secret, that people are well aware that we've had this on our agenda and this is the night of the hearing. And, when you have the hearing, there's a back and forth. This person speaks and then this person speaks in response to what that person said. And when you have written comments that come in afterwards, the general public really doesn't, I know we put them on our website, but the general public really doesn't have an opportunity to respond. I don't see why we don't close the hearing right now.
Just close the hearing, we'll just close the hearing then. Just close it. Yeah, just close it.
You'd object to that?
Yeah, just close it then.
Is that your motion, Artie?
Yeah, we'll just close the hearing as long as we can allow public comment until next Tuesday, that's all.
Artie moves we close the hearing and Gina seconded.
Can't do
Jean,
that.
Artie, there's a distinction that Jean just made. Jean is saying, close the hearing now, no further public comment period.
Yeah. And Artie's agreeing with that.
Oh, you're saying no further public comment?
further
Because you were
public
saying just
comment.
allow it till
There've
Monday or
been-
Tuesday.
But Jean is
But I
saying,
was
no, just
objecting.
close the
I
hearing.
was expressing my point of view that it's time to close the hearing. There has been plenty of opportunity for public comment. And also, I do think that there's a difference between about comments that come in before the hearing that people have an opportunity to respond to, and ones that come in after the hearing. I don't see the point to keeping the hearing open for that purpose. Sometimes we know that there's a particular thing that
Yes.
we want to get more input on. That
Yes.
often happens in special permits, and we'll close the hearing except for getting further comment on X and Y. But this is not that.
Right, so Jean's point is, people had plenty of notice, people had their opportunity to comment up until 10:30 tonight on the ADUs. And so, and actually, I don't recall, and I've only been on the board now for what, 7 or 8 years. I don't recall ever not just closing the hearing
As on a zoning item.
on a zoning item.
Let me ask a
I mean,
question.
I can appreciate that. The difference is they didn't hear, one difference is they didn't hear any of our comments. We for most part didn't comment on the articles at all.
But we don't usually do
We
that at
don't
the
usually
hearing
at
anyway.
public hearings.
On the bylaws, we don't usually make any statements about how we're.
No, we made our
Well,
comments at our
if it were
public
9
meetings
PM,
that
we might,
that
but-
we had prior. The purpose of the public hearing is for us to hear what the public has to say,
Yeah.
not for the public to hear what we have to say. They'll hear what we have to say because we're going to meet on the 17th, and that's going to be a public meeting. And so people are free to be, that's going to be a published agenda, and people will also hear our point of view at town meeting.
I'll go along, that's fine. Let's go along with that.
And people are more likely to tune in at whatever,
Yes.
That's
that
fine.
other time than they are going to turn in at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's
11.
fine. I second Jean's motion.
Okay, so
Did I clearly make a motion? I motion that
I think
we.
she did.
before we close the hearing, though, I think we got to read into the minutes. I was going to do it generally when we're dealing with correspondence.
Correspondence, other
General.
correspondence is separate from the correspondence related to this hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
we're not closing the meeting.
no, that's
No, we're
right.
not closing the meeting.
No,
We're
no, no,
closing the
that's
hearing.
right, that's right.
And
So,
we have recognized the correspondence that came in.
well, no, we're,
Is that, maybe we haven't.
no, that's what I was,
Mr. Wolfson's correspondence was referred to by him, but there have been other.
Yeah, that came in earlier.
Yeah,
You
but,
said you were going to put it on the website.
yeah, but I mean, don't we usually mention that Jen
Yes,
Sheck
sorry.
Khan made
Yes.
this comment and so and so?
well, yes, please, Alex, go ahead.
We have an email from Jen Sheck Khan, town meeting member in precinct A from March 2nd, 2023. I'm not gonna, it's okay.
No, just read up the name
Yeah.
and the date.
We have Lou Wolfson's email that he read tonight, with the pictures dated March 6th. We have an email from Joe Matthews, precinct I, dated March 7th. We have an email from Andrea Okerholm Putland, dated March 7th. We have an email from Maureen and Jim DeMeo, 442 Central Ave, dated March 7th. And I believe that's it.
Thank you very much,
You're
Alex.
welcome.
So now, Jean, would you like to make a motion?
I move that we close the hearing on the 4 zoning bylaw articles.
Second.
We have a motion by Jean, a second by Artie. Any discussion?
Aye. No.
Hearing no discussion, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So we've closed the hearing. Now, to Lee's point, she'd like a little bit of direction. On the considerations that we still have to make, I think.
Well, let me just start by saying, I don't think we have any changes to the 3-car garages or Articles 3 and 4. That if we have any changes, it's only to the ADUs.
Yes, thank you. That's
So let's
right.
get that off the table.
Yeah, that's done now.
Yeah.
So now with the ADUs, there was a question, bear with me 1 second, Paul. Please.
Yeah.
There was a question of how many accessory structures or how many detached structures over 200, how many detached structures we would allow on a lot. And you read into you mentioned that we already have a provision that says you can't have more than the house and the ADU.
And one other
the
structure that's more than 50
50
square
square feet.
feet. And then I guess you can have multiple other structures that are less than 50 square feet.
Yeah, no, 50 square feet's pretty small. Like
Yeah.
I had a shed. I think that shed was 10 by 10.
Yeah.
And just to give a sense of volume.
Yeah, it's 100 square feet.
That it's 100 square feet. That fit a lawnmower, a snow blower, a bunch of rakes, some 5-year-old toys, my bike, my son's bike, some charcoal. That's pretty much about it. I raise that as, that's a personal effect, but I raise that because that just gives you a sense of what you can fit into that space. Now, having said that, I think that comment that you made, that's not new language. That's existing in the bylaw.
No, it's not.
No,
That's-
it is in
I
our.
apologize.
It's
This is
existed
totally
in our
in a
proposed.
brand
but-
new
Yes,
section.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right. That's right. So, thank you for that clarification, Gene. So, what's the matter?
Oh, I thought Dave might have been waving his hand or something.
Oh, he was waving his computer.
Yeah.
So,
He did raise his hand.
oh, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, so just one comment about the 50 square foot thing. To keep it consistent with the building code, actually, we don't require permits for accessory buildings 200 square feet or less. So if you wanted to make it 200 square feet, that would be, again, consistent with the building code. Right now, our zoning as well talks about structures being more than 100 square feet. At some point, some days, when we got nothing else better to do, I would like to change that to 200 square feet as well. So just something to think about.
So that's a standard. So should we,
So change the 50 square feet
To
to
200?
200 square feet?
Jean, do you know why or where that 50 came from?
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay.
Unless that was a prior standard in the state building code
John?
years ago, and that we carried it over from something.
John's waving his hand.
Yes.
John, go ahead.
John Schneider.
You're muted, John. John, you're muted.
John, you muted. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I actually think I suggested that in the draft, and then later I reconsidered and I thought it should be larger.
Okay. So that was,
But I don't think it comes from the existing bylaw. But
Right.
for what it's worth, I think in Residence B, people should only be allowed to have one accessory building plus sheds. I don't think.
Well, that's the
I don't
point,
think,
John,
I don't
is
think people should be allowed to have an ADU and a garage in Residence B.
so only in the other districts you'd be allowed to have an ADU, a garage, and a house.
I'd like to make a point about the 50 feet.
Yes.
Just because the state building code doesn't require a building permit for a shed, for a building that's less than 200 square feet. At the time somebody applies for for the two buildings, the garage and the ADU, that would be subject themselves to the 50-foot limit on other buildings. If we kept it in there.
well, but we're talking about raising
raising it.
50 feet to as high as 200
I
feet.
know, but I think what Dave Roche was saying is not, the problem with the 50 feet is it's not enforceable.
Wait. This is saying, what we have now is saying, you can have, let me find it again. No more than one ADU and no more than one additional accessory building larger than 50 square feet, which we're talking about changing to 200 square feet, which would be a garage. So John is objecting to having an ADU and a garage
In SRB.
He is.
in SRB, and
Well, what if
I'm
the
going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with John, because I feel that with the lot coverage requirement and the FAR requirement, that, of course, a garage doesn't count towards FAR, or 600 feet of a garage doesn't count towards FAR. But with those two requirements, if you don't have enough land, you're not going to be able to do it. And if you have enough land, you should be able to do it. You can be an SRB. SRB doesn't mean a 10,000 square foot lot. It can be a 20,000 square
Yes.
foot lot
Or more.
or more.
Yes, and there are,
And so you can have plenty of room to have both an accessory dwelling unit and a garage and the main house, as long as you meet the
dimensional, right?
the dimensionals and the lot coverage requirement.
That's
And
right.
to some extent, the FAR requirement might come into it. So I've got no problem.
So another way to look at it is in or in non-conforming lots, or prohibit, or you have a choice. You have your main house, then you have a choice between
Well,
a
again,
garage.
in your non-conforming lot, you still have your
dimensionals.
your lot size, your lot coverage requirement, which is going to really prohibit you from having those structures.
Right, because if you've got 1,400 square foot, 1,400 square feet of a house. You've got, well, 250 square feet for a garage. That's 1,650. And another, and then another, let's say, 300 square feet in lot coverage for an ADU. That's 1,900 square feet. I have to pull that
Yeah.
drawing up to
You're
see it,
getting-
but that may be
Depending on the
permissible.
size of your lot, you're getting close.
Well, in some cases, we're looking at substantial changes. How does it factor in if we're deciding, let's say if we eventually decide not to allow detached ADUs 5 feet from a property line, for example?
Well, that's a separate issue. That's a second issue that we need to discuss.
Yeah.
I missed that because I'm just.
Yeah, well, that will
Would make it
substantially,
more difficult to have two.
yeah,
um,
it will make it, that's
to-
right.
to
That's
garage
right, it'll
and
make it even
ADU.
more
It would
difficult.
make it more
Well,
difficult,
although,
for sure.
although you can still have the garage within 5 feet of the property
We
line.
still have a garage, it's not an ADU in the garage.
That's right.
It's the ADU in the house, I don't think has any effect on the existing bylaws.
So here is an interesting solution. So in option 2 that we drew up, on a lot that's 7,000 square feet, we have the house that's 1,400 square feet.
By the way, it's almost 11 o'clock.
You've got an ADU that's 200 square feet, a garage that's 220 square feet for a one-car garage. That's maxing out the allowable lot coverage at 25%. But those structures are effectively combined in that example.
200 square foot ADU.
No, it's a 200 square foot footprint.
I know, but still, if it's 2 stories, that's only 400 square feet.
No, in this scenario, that's actually 620 square foot ADU.
Because the second floor
It's over
goes
the
over
garage,
above the
it's over the
garage.
Oh, it goes over the garage.
So you've got 200 square feet next to the
Okay,
garage.
next to the garage.
And you've got 400 square feet
And then
above.
you're going over the garage. But once you go over the garage is now going to be more than 15
Yeah,
feet,
so it has to be set back.
and it has to be set back.
Yes, exactly. That's right, but that works within the 12-foot setback. And it works within 10 feet. Now, in a house, if it was 8 feet between the garage and an ADU, that would not be permissible. So I tend to like that. It's not so
So you're
it's not
okay
so
with it?
offensive.
You're okay with having the 3 structures?
This is actually
John wants to only have 2 structures.
well,
Plus
this is one structure because it's the ADU and the garage are one.
Yeah.
That's an interesting scenario. So then it's you would not be able to have a 200 square foot garage and a 400 square foot ADU. It would you would be non-compliant. So that would not be
So it
allowed
wouldn't be
by its
practical,
face.
and so allowing an ADU
Right.
and one other building that's more than 200 feet, plus the main house, is not unreasonable.
In larger, there would be larger lots,
For the larger lots.
in the.
And if you're in a smaller
10,000
lot, you're not
square
gonna
foot
be able to
zone,
fit it
Right.
in.
You're going to have 12,000, even 15,000 square foot lots.
So the only question is, do we want to make it 100 feet or 200 feet? Because we want to define
Right.
what a shed is, because we want to allow sheds.
I think 200. I think that's consistent with, with the building code. Dave Roach, you have a comment here. I see your hand is up.
Yeah, so just one other thing is that under the bylaw, we count garages and structures as lot coverage. Definition of structure right now under the bylaw is a building or a structure that's more than 100 square feet. So the small 50 square foot thing wouldn't count. That's like something you're gonna put your trash barrels in. So
Yes.
again, like what I'd rather do is change the definition of structure to 200 square feet and then move this to 200 square feet. And then that way we can count it under the lot coverage and there's no questions about it.
So I don't think we can accomplish both at once.
Well,
I
we
think
can't change our definition.
Exactly, we have to do that
Yeah.
in October.
Yeah.
But we could
No.
change the word from building to a structure.
What?
We could change, I think we could change where it says,
And no more than one accessory building, you say, that word?
yeah, to structure.
Oh. An accessory structure larger than, and we'll be changing the lot size as
Okay,
well?
yes, we have a definition of structure in our bylaw. In our
Yes.
definition section, anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires a fixed location on the ground or attached to something located on the ground, including an artificial constructed swimming pool, of at least 100 square feet. Oh, that's a swimming pool. Oh, wait a minute. An artificial constructed including an artificial constructed swimming pool having a depth of water of 2 feet or more, or a water surface area of at least 100 square feet when filled to capacity. No, the definition of structure does not say 100 square feet for a building.
Yeah.
It
I
says
think-
anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires a fixed location. The 100 square feet is just talking about swimming pools.
So
So then it's just switching to structure
it
doesn't.
doesn't do anything.
Doesn't do the trick.
I think
So do we
I
go to-
think these things are buildings.
So let's go to 200 square feet here
Okay.
instead of
So
50
two.
square feet.
Lee, are you clear? 200
Yes.
square feet?
Yes, I have it.
And then Dave will have to come back in October and resolve the discrepancy later.
Of the building code versus the bylaw
Yeah,
on
exactly.
100 versus 200.
Dave, that means you can't retire. If you're thinking of retiring this year, you can't do it before October special. October town meeting, okay?
Let's try to stay focused because it's
Yes.
getting really late.
Yeah, exactly.
So now,
now
the setback, the 5
So-
foot setback.
here is something that I'm thinking about. I would almost sooner be okay with an ADU, detached ADU, that's not compliant with the setbacks.
You mean that
Then
is
I-
compliant with 5 feet, but
No, that it's not. Let's say, as an example, someone's, they're gonna convert a garage, and the garage is 4 feet setback.
Oh, okay. When you say not compliant, no, I understand, sure.
Consider doing that.
What about,
Then
what about you
over-
have a garage, 5 or 6 feet setback, but they want to add on to it so that it's now taller than 15 feet?
So
Then
we've
they
addressed
need-
that.
Then they need, the way we've got it worded now, they
You have to move it back. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
But
Anytime you're over 15 feet, you gotta move it.
But Adam is saying if it's less than 15 feet,
And they
he's
don't
okay with
change
it.
they don't change the height. I would almost rather that access to an ADU over having so many structures on a lot.
And I'd like to also mention, since it's by special permit, if there's a concern, it can be
Yes.
addressed by the zoning board of appeals.
That was Steve Frail's point.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, the problem is we've never addressed what conditions may be on there as far as a window, no window, skylight, no this, no that. We've never talked about.
But that's
Well, we're
the
leaving that-
job for
we're
the
leaving that
zoning-
up to the
the
ZBA.
zoning board of appeals at the special
And they-
permit.
and they-
That's their
and
job.
I have a problem that the fact that we've never talked about what that could be, what
Marty,
that
it's
could
in the
look like.
bylaw. The standard's in the bylaw already.
We've never talked about.
Here's the chair of the ZBA.
We've never talked about if it's an ADU and it's 5 feet from the property line. We've never talked about what that could look like, what that allowance could be. We've never talked about it at all. Period.
We've never talked about
We,
what
we,
part?
we've never, as clearly as can be, we've never talked about the fact that if we're going to allow an ADU on a garage 5 feet from the property line, which means any new garage built 5 from the property line has to allow it as well. We've never talked about what that could visually look like, what conditions there could be applied, put onto that. We've never talked about it at all, ever.
Well, it's the same as what's
No,
required
it's
now?
not the same. We've never
Why not?
talked, no, it's not the same. No, it's not the same as a garage. A garage can have a window. No, we've never talked about what that means.
Well,
Period.
our
We've never
building
talked about it.
inspector has not, Dave Roach, advised us, I've seen emails that the state building code has certain requirements
Yes, exactly.
that have to do with residences that don't apply to garages, that would apply at a 5-foot distance. And, for example, windows would not be allowed. I may not be remembering that correctly, but he did advise on that.
What, that's right. Dave, do you want to speak to the building code limitations when you're at 5 feet and less than 5 feet with respect to the, I think it was the fire retardant, the windows and doors and the overhang?
Yep. So one of the reasons that the 5-foot got put into most bylaws that towns adopted is that under 5 feet or less, when you get to the property line, then certain fire separation details will have to happen to that building. The closer you get to the lot line, the more restrictive they get. So in some cases, that wall, let's say if it gets to 3 feet, probably has to be protected with fire retardant siding on one side and 5/8 fire code on the inside. And you'd be restricted to no windows or doors in that particular wall. The farther away you get, 4 to 5 feet, then, or at 5 feet, 25% of that wall, you'd be able to have windows and doors in. So they're not saying you can't get closer to the lot line. It's just that you're gonna have a blank wall there. You're not gonna be able to have anything on it. The overhang needs to be protected. That possibly the first few feet of roof would have to be protected. So it's a little bit more complicated construction than just keeping it at the 5 feet or more. So anything that's less than that, it's gonna be not normal construction.
So but in this law, in this bylaw, as we're drafting, we're mainly talking about 5 feet. So you're saying at the 5 foot line, they can have 25% of that wall can be window.
Correct.
Okay,
You start
thank
to
you
get,
for clarifying that.
you start to get less than that, then you're getting into all the restrictions.
Thank you very much.
So the building code is gonna cover
A number
a
of
lot of the
items.
issues.
Well, no. Well, I mean, some of the issues, yes.
Some of the
It's-
issues,
It's
yeah.
not gonna cover the fact that, according to that, there can be 25% of the wall can be windows going out to the neighbor's property.
Yeah.
5 feet from the property line, and is that reasonable or not reasonable? We've never really talked about that.
Well,
I don't
We're
think it's.
talking
yeah,
about
but
it now.
Steve Frail's point is that you're gonna be in front of the ZBA.
Yep.
And if the next door neighbor's house is right near their property line,
Yeah.
is right near the property line, then they're gonna have a problem with the fact that, the neighbor's gonna be able to see into their bedroom. If they don't draw the shades. But if their house is already set back 30 feet from the property line, the side setback, they're probably not gonna care. That's Steve Frail's point.
And they'd still, and you can
And
still
so,
see.
he's saying, just leave it to the ZBA process, because the neighbor's gonna have the opportunity in front of the ZBA
That's right.
to say, I don't want that building that close to the property line with a window overlooking me, or, I just don't want the building that close to the property line because you're right on top of my house. But if their house is set back, then they're probably not gonna care, or they may not care.
I get it, and we haven't talked about screening. and the
You're
fact
giving me agony. We've never dealt with
Yeah,
windows
I
and
mean, now we're throwing it
those
on
kind
to
of
the
design
ZBA.
things.
No, but he's saying that we're talking about, John,
John, what did you just say, John?
Well, I just said, you're giving me agony. We've never had to deal with what kind of windows you can have or how it's designed. And
Well, that's the job of the design review board.
Well, no, but I think,
No.
No, Paul's just saying, we're gonna deal with all of that.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
So-
we're throwing it onto the ZBA where they didn't want to deal with 3-car garages. Now they're gonna deal with this. The main thing
Artie,
is, we've never talked about
I hear
it.
you saying
Never talked about
that if it's an ADU, you want it moved back to the side setback,
Yeah, I think that's,
which is where I was walking into this,
yeah.
walking into
the
tonight's
thing is,
meeting.
I have one of those garages that's 5 feet, I don't know, maybe 5 feet from the property line. I want to be able to have as many ADUs as possible. I don't want to find some way to tell a person who wants to stay in home, no, I don't want that to happen. I just have a problem with the fact that if we want this thing to pass, I have a real problem going into town meeting saying, hey, 5 feet from the property line, you can build an ADU. The fact remains is, I have a friend, I was looking at their backyard. Literally, their backyard is reasonably close to the backyard behind that. And then all of a sudden, if the person wanted to build an ADU right in their backyard, it'll be facing the other neighbor's backyard. And the fact remains is, John, that, I mean, there may not be a legitimate reason to deny that for the simple fact that the neighbor says no. I mean, that may be a good enough reason, but it may not be a good enough reason. So now we're throwing the headache at John. And when I mean, I just don't think this has been fully vetted.
Right.
I don't think it's been fully
So
vetted.
you've got 1.5 votes for saying, set it back to the setback line for the lot. Because I walked into this meeting thinking I didn't like the 5-foot setback for the ADU. It was too intrusive on the neighbors. I heard Steve Frail's point. I started wavering. I'm listening to Artie. And believe me, it's not easy, but I'm listening to Artie.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate your consistency.
And so I'm beginning to go back to it. And Jean is sitting here taking it all in, and I'm wondering where Jean is.
Yes, I'm thinking also of what Heidi Freya said. Heidi was talking about how it's the SRB neighborhood, the neighborhood that has the smaller, older homes, where older people live who would be most wanting to take advantage of this bylaw, who will have the situation of the backyard 3-car garage. And if we make it difficult for them to have that option, that we're really, it's not as equitable and helpful as it could be.
I tend to agree with that. In fact, I've been to her house during this, and Stephen's house during this process to understand a little better about what the characteristics are like. They have their neighbor's garage is right behind their garage, and I think it might even be on their property. And they converted their garage into a form of, and I think as long as they don't expand it and they don't increase the height of it, I think that that's a perfectly reasonable structure. It's not the impacts of that, I don't think affect the value, like John was talking about, of a neighbor's property and some of the other criteria. And I think that if you're talking about impacts, the farther away you are, like if I'm this far from your house, if my house is set back, let's say 20 feet on my lot line and 20 feet on yours, we're 40 feet from each other. Yeah. And we can see a lot more at 40 feet than you can if you're as close as Jean and I are at 5 feet or 10 feet. Wow. So, and I think I like to go back to a bigger goal of trying to help those, not just ourselves, and look to provide solutions that that can help a greater number of people.
And Katie Dirks was also speaking in favor of keeping it.
But I am going to say this, it's 11:10 and I'm already a little delirious.
Yes, and we've got
And-
other things that we need to get.
Yes, so here's what I'd
handle,
like to
but
do.
Jean is asking us to deal with this now.
So
She needs to know what to
Lee,
write.
Lee,
Well, I will write it 2 ways. I'll leave it as is. I'll leave it without moving it off the 5 feet, and I'll write it to respect the zoning and the underlying districts, and you guys will choose next Friday which you want.
and there
Great,
is,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
What else are the open items? Were
Sounds
there any
good.
other
On the-
contentious items? for
to be
this?
honest, Lee, I think there is, but
I
We'll
don't
have to deal with
remember.
it by
I'm-
email.
What other contentious items?
well, then we're
I
in
don't
a
think there
public
are any.
meeting. Oh,
There may not be. But
Lee,
Jean was taking copious notes and Adam was taking notes. So in
So
the
he-
next couple of days,
Yeah.
if you look at your notes and you see something that you think we need to
Jean,
discuss.
You and I, Artie, you were taking notes too. Here's what I'm recommending as a game plan. Anyone who took notes or anyone who has a fresh memory of tonight, individually email Lee.
Bob Smart, not necessary to get back. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't try.
Thank you. Well, individually, so Jean, you're not gonna email the board. I won't, Artie, you won't email the board. We'll all independently email Lee. Lee will have our comments. Then Lee, then you'll send an email to the,
I'll send an email to the board about what I understand the outstanding issues are.
yes,
and
thank you very much. Very
Great.
good.
get input, and then I'll figure out what I've got to redraft language on.
Thank you very much.
And the caretakers, what are we gonna do?
Oh,
with the-
nannies.
The
Nannies.
Nannies. Let's
Wanna
include
make that
nannies.
change, I think we
Let's
should.
include
I
nannies.
think we should.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
absolutely.
And then noticing, I think the only other lease I remember, and I see it right here, is should we be sticking with the 1-year lease? Is that too long?
Yes.
I don't, I'm fine decreasing that. I'm fine decreasing it. I never really fully understand
I
going up
was-
to 1 year.
I will say,
decreasing
Any college student who's coming to Boston and wants to get an off-campus apartment has to sign a 1-year lease.
But nurses coming up from some other parts of the
Well-
country that come here, they're usually not here for 1 year.
I have a lot of practical experience with this because as a real estate agent, I deal with a lot of people that are renting out.
Yeah.
I have clients and
Yeah,
friends
that's-
that do deal, for instance, with a nursing thing. These nurses come in on 6-month contracts. And when a student comes in, my clients don't rent them for a 4-month period. They rent them for a 12-month period. And personally, I think the stability of 12 months over 30 days is frankly better policy for the homeowner. Maggie brought up, I think, some very important points about the responsibilities that landlords have.
Oh, yeah.
And I can speak with fact of many examples where individuals become investors in properties and they're not familiar with the UFI laws. They're not familiar with the.
There are no UFI laws. There's no UFI anymore.
I'm not,
It's all
well,
dissipated.
well, and I would just for my other Canadian friends that might be listening, I'm not saying NUFI laws because that's a whole other scenario. But for lead paint, there's a whole class of issues that beyond that I'm capable of listing tonight, incling
Security deposits, last month's rent.
We've already heard.
There are all kinds of pitfalls.
So and there are liabilities, if you related to each one of those items now, and there's disclosure requirements that a lot of agents choose. Either they're aware of it or they don't want to deal with it. As a real estate agent, we're required to no longer represent them. That is an ethical violation, a lawful violation. So, and I've been in that scenario before, and I will walk away. But the point is, there are lots of homeowners who do that. I was the one that was generally in favor, therefore, in addition to reducing a high frequency turnover with a greater propensity for broader impacts. And that's why I was looking for a 12-month standard. However, I do think that there are some circumstances where not a 4-month frequency, but I would be open to a 6-month a 6-month scenario. And I do think, and I would recommend that we do have, the Realtors Association and the licensing board. There's lots of information packets that, that the town can make available to, to anyone when they go to Dave's office if they intend to lease it. We can provide some education, which I think would be helpful.
I think that's another discussion that we have to have at another time, because I did think of that, and I don't want to burden Dave on this, but the
Yes.
question is, somebody comes in with the ADU application because they're leasing the property. Are we going to require Dave to give them a packet and say, oh, you're going to be a landlord? I have to give you this packet about what your responsibilities are as a landlord. Is that our responsibility? As a planning board, is that, as a building commissioner, is that our responsibility? And part of me says, no.
I agree. I don't think that's
If
our.
people don't hire lawyers and people don't hire real estate brokers, they do so at their own risk.
Yes, that's true.
And I'm not, I was just looking at Maggie Breezy's comments about that, and I don't think we would make any change in the bylaw to make any such requirement.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be just a practice or a regulation later, but not in the bylaw.
No.
To set that kind of
No,
responsibility.
they just have the right to lease out the property.
Yeah.
But, we could certainly provide.
I'd be
reasons
comfortable
on the
with 6
website.
months. I was always, at the very beginning, I was at 6 months, but then you came in at a year and I said, oh, okay, I can go with a year. You want
I
to
like
change the
this.
year to 6 months,
I
I'm
like
fine
this
with
6
that.
months makes more sense.
6 months.
Makes more
I like
sense.
6 months.
I think
Natasha,
the
you-
year came about, I think the year came about because of the Airbnbs being afraid that they would become Airbnbs.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the 6 months seems okay to me, but it has to be a long enough period of time where it doesn't become a rental, a weekly or a monthly rental.
Well,
Ideally, yeah.
that's why 6 months.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I
So
think
we'll
6
make-
months is
make
not
that
gonna have an
change.
Airbnb.
Yeah.
And I think Colleen mentioned some additional benefits at the 6-month mark. Okay, so Lean, that's that. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to take a motion to approve the relief for,
Are we at French Press?
yes, we are, sir.
Well, then I'm gonna make a motion
Oh, we have to do that.
to grant the requested major project site plan review special permit amendment under section 7.4 of the bylaw.
Second.
And
Not done yet.
And to grant the requested special permit amendment to major project site plan review special permit number 2014-11, section 4.2. And to grant the requested special permit amendment under section 5.1.1.6 to waive strict adherence with the requirements of section 5.1.2 and 5.1.3 of the bylaw regarding required parking and parking plan and design requirements respectively, subject to and with the benefit of the plan modifications, conditions, and limitations set forth in the decision to be voted. This is with regard to major project site plan special review, special permit amendment to decision for French Press LLC.
Second.
Could not have been better stated. We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker, Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
I make a motion that we adopt the decision as drafted.
Any, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Artie, motion by Paul. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert,
Aye.
Artie Crocker, Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Jay, I see that you're watching tonight. It's 20 after 11. You're a very patient proprietor. Thank you very much. I'd now like to entertain a motion for relief for a major project site plan, for an amendment to major project site plan special permit 2002-02.
Okay, I move that we grant an amendment to the major site plan review special permit number 2002-02 issued by the planning board on June 25, 2002, amended April 1, 2003, and December 7, 2004. under section 7.4 of the Needham zoning bylaw and special permit 2002-02, section 4.2. And I move that we grant a special permit under section 5.1.1.6 of the bylaw to waive strict adherence with the requirements of section 5.1.2 regarding required parking and section 5.1.3 regarding off-street parking requirements, subject to and with the benefit of the plan modifications, conditions, and limitations set forth in the decision.
Second.
We have a motion by Paul, a second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Paul.
I move that we adopt the decision as drafted.
Second.
Motion by Paul, second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. So next up on our agenda are the 5 cases before the ZBA. Lucky for John, he's already off. First up was 246 Forest Street. It's a tear down new construction of a single family home. Lee, I noticed that in the site plan, there was a wall that's 48 feet. And I wasn't sure if we should query that 2-foot offset at 32 feet. And does anyone else have any comments on this?
On that particular one? Which one was it?
This is on 246 Forest Street, right around the corner from my old house.
I'm looking for the one I had a question on, and
I think it was a
This is a
red.
tear down.
Yes, exactly.
here it is, here it is. I got it.
Natasha,
It's
already
in the A district though, isn't it?
It is in the A district. Oh,
And
yes,
the-
you're right.
The offset doesn't apply.
Correct.
Fourth Street's the A district?
Okay.
It says right here,
Lee, that's pretty impressive that you were able to recall that at this hour,
Oh,
given
yeah,
the
it says
day.
SRA. Yep, it says it right there, SRA.
Why are they going for a special permit if this is in the A district? You know, yeah, it's single residence A. What was the,
It's an undersized lot.
Yes,
yeah.
that's right.
He makes a point, the applicant's attorney, that it's in a neighborhood with many undersized lots.
Yes.
I mean, the Housing Plan Working Group noticed that, and
I used to live right around
Yeah.
the corner from there, and I noticed that. That's right.
it's like something we should pay attention to at some point.
well, if it's an undersized lot, does the ZBA have the discretion to apply that 2-foot setback for the, because
No,
it's more
I
than
mean,
32 feet?
No, that requirement doesn't apply. That 2-foot offset requirement was only imposed in the single residence B district.
All right. And I move we have no comment.
I have a motion by Paul, second.
Second.
Second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We vote no comment on 246 Forest. Next up is 238 Highland Avenue, which is an
Yeah.
expansion of an existing Montessori school from 114 students to 154 students, which is an increase in 40 students. One interesting, this is Highland Avenue. This is near the Chinese restaurant.
Mandarin cuisine.
Mandarin cuisine, thank you. One question that I had is, the attorney references, and Lee, this is just a comment for Daphne's record, but the attorney references the payment and talk of the town of having been delivered to the town of Mansfield instead of the town of Needham, but hopefully the right municipality got the right bucks. I don't have any comment. Paul, do you have any comment on this?
I just was questioning with so many students, I was questioning parking, although his point is that there's really no parking there. It's just all drop off and pick up.
Right.
And, you know, and that's a tough place to pull in and out of
But
to
they've all,
begin with.
I mean,
You got all the 154 students and, you know, it's got to be at least 100 cars. I mean,
he does make a note that, that there are a number of siblings and it's not 140 cars.
I
That's
know.
right.
I didn't
But let's
s-
say it's 100,
Let's
like
say
to
it's
your
100
point.
cars
you've
and, you know,
got-
going in and out of that parking lot right near Wexford Street.
And right near, into Needham, into Needham Street in Newton. It's right around there. It's right
So
around
maybe
the gas
just,
station.
maybe just make a comment to the ZBA that they should seriously consider the safety issues of so many cars, that this number of students going in and out of Highland Avenue, going in and out of the parking lot onto Highland Avenue.
Or consider a post-occupancy period of police observation, the way we did on Central Ave.
Oh, God, you're gonna make traffic even worse if you put a police officer there.
Okay,
Do we have
sorry.
what is the sense of what the children,
Sorry, I was not
what's
gonna
the
make
children
any-
count now?
115. They're raising it from 115 to 154.
Let's see right there. Okay, so.
We could do a post-occupancy.
So that's like a
40.
30% increase.
Yeah, so 40.
Yeah, we could do another
40, 41, 40, some.
39.
39, yeah.
traffic study.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of burdensome, but, yeah.
Because they're increasing it by almost 40%.
It's a big increase.
114 to 154, so it's 40, it's exactly 40 more students.
Yes, which is almost 40%. It's
It's almost
38,
40%
like
increase.
38% or something.
Yeah.
To the extent that it's compliant, I would think to query the zoning board of appeals on whether a condition to require a traffic study 3 months or so, 2 or 3 months after the 40 students have been, you're saying no?
No, they have to make the decision before they grant the permit.
Yeah.
We already have that argument on
Yes.
1688, their argument being,
Yeah.
you know, when.
Yeah, that's a future condition.
If they haven't done an adequate parking study, I mean, I know that it was addressed, and
Yes.
I thought it was okay, but.
Well, that's
have
our
they
comment
done-
then. Have they done an adequate
Have they
traffic
done
study?
an adequate
Right,
traffic
fine.
study?
Have they done an adequate traffic study?
Yeah. All right, I'll go along. I mean, you want to make a motion that we make that comment?
Yes, I move that we make the comment for the ZBA to question whether there's an adequate traffic study and adequate safety for the
Mitigation.
for the traffic from the parking lot onto Highland Avenue.
Okay, I second that.
We have a motion by Paul, a second by Jean. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Arnie Crocker. Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
I wonder if this is Dover amendment.
Yeah, of course.
No, not of course,
Why not?
because it's not a childcare center, it's a school.
But
And the
that's-
schools, it depends whether it's
Oh,
a for-profit or a charity.
Oh, well, I think, well, I don't know if, yeah, I don't know one way, the application might say, but now I'm reminded that they said the reason why is a lower traffic impact is that the children are older, so they can safely walk across the parking lot without the parents having to park and walk with them. I think the material
It
said
is,
that.
right.
I'm not thinking about the safety of the students within the parking lot. I'm thinking of the traffic and the safety of the cars. Because I know that when I've gone to Mandarin Cuisine and I come out of that parking lot, I'm always concerned about, because I'm taking a left
Yeah,
turn
exactly.
out of the parking lot
To go into
to head into Needham Center. And you know, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, you know, if this were rush hour, and I had to deal with rush hour traffic coming at me on my left and my right,
Day picking up the kids or even the morning time.
it's a little bit farther down and it's only on one side. Well, there's no light at Wexford Street, is there? I don't think there's a light at Wexford Street. There's no light at Wexford Street, so there's no light coming from your left, from your right. except for all the way down near
Staples.
Staples. Second
And
Avenue.
we've made the comment, we've made
Yep,
the motion,
we-
so
yep.
let's move forward to the next
We
one.
got it. Yeah, what's the next one?
The next one is 73 Highland Avenue, which would be a second location for Hungry Coyote.
I vote no, I make a motion for no comment.
I second it.
We have a motion by Paul, second by Jean. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker.
Aye.
Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Next up is the case of 1584 Great Plain Avenue with respect to Enterprise Rent-A-Car that's seeking to move into what was formerly an auto mechanic and what's at a garage, an old-time garage on Great Plain Avenue. And the argument that's being made by the attorney is that it's no greater an impact as the not pre-existing non-conforming impact of an auto mechanic.
And my question, and I hope it would be put to the Zoning Board of Appeals, is this: has this use been abandoned, the prior use? My observations in driving back from that site is that it has not been used as an auto repair.
Yes, it has.
It has.
No, there's a 2-year requirement.
Oh,
But it's been, a friend of mine lives right near there.
You think it's less than 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh, it's it's definitely less than 2 years.
I think it's less than 6 months.
Definitely less than-
But
less than
really,
2 years.
that site, I know that there've been vehicles parked on it, but I have not observed, it didn't appear to me that meant they were being repaired.
Well, they also sell vehicles in general, whether that location or the one on Route 16. So they could probably argue that's a location where there's some of the vehicles were that are being sold. So
Well, what is the prior non-conforming use? And has it continued right up to at least, 2 years before? Has it? That's all the question I want to ask. I want to make sure that the Zoning Board of Appeals is paying attention to that issue, that's all.
certainly.
So you want to make that motion?
Fair
Yes,
point, fair point.
I move that we
Fair point.
ask the Zoning Board of Appeals to particularly investigate whether the prior non-conforming use of whether the auto repair garage has continued as a prior non-conforming use, or was it abandoned?
We have a motion by Jean, a second by Artie Crocker. Any discussion? Actually, Lee, do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to whether, I think Jean's question is a good question to pose, is a good question to pose to the ZBA. I don't know what the history on the site is.
Very good, thank you.
The one case I won at the Supreme Judicial Court had to
It
do
was-
with that issue.
Look at that. It stays with you, doesn't it?
It sure does. Jump for
Any
joy.
further discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker. Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next up is the case of 470 Dedham Avenue, which is DeFazio Park, which for Parks and Rec, and this relates to the installation of field lighting associated with the renovation of McLeod baseball field. Does anyone?
I
have
move
any
no
comments?
comment.
No, second.
We have a motion by
Second.
Paul, second by Artie. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Artie Crocker. Natasha Spada.
Aye.
Jean McKnight.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Next up are the minutes for our December 19, 2022. I'm inclined to punt this to another night.
I'm in agreement.
I'll agree with that.
It's very late, let's do that.
I agree with the
And then the next item is a report from planning staff and or planning members.
Yeah, this one.
Do we have any,
is it
Lee,
the
do you have
one
anything urgent?
From Joe
I
Matthews?
don't have anything urgent, so I think I can handle what I need to report to you when we meet on Friday.
Thank you. Next up is correspondence. We received an email dated February 15th from Michael Ruddy. We also received an email, I think dated today, from Joe Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, Alex, we hit the other, because they related to ADUs.
We've got an email that, it's one of those two that deals with the question of the FAR, and I think that that's something that requires us to look at that email and consider it carefully.
So Lee?
Yes?
On our list of zoning amendments, can you please add the question of FAR? We'll come back to that list. In the meantime, can I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Meeting is on that Friday.
Okay.
Hard to talk to you guys all.
Can't imagine what you mean.
Well, Natasha, you have a hard stop at 10 o'clock?
I do, but how long is the meeting gonna be?
Well, actually, we've
I would probably bank on 90 minutes.
yeah, I would say so too. I'm willing to start at 8:30.
Oh, all right, I'll set an alarm. I'll set an alarm.
Okay, so we're set.
Lee looks perturbed. You don't want to be there at 8:30, Lee?
She's
Lee,
counting
you're
on
muted.
me. She's
Lee,
counting on me
you're
to be
muted,
six.
which maybe is good.
No, 8:30 is fine for me. I don't think the meeting will be 90 minutes. I mean, but we've already decided that 3 of the articles we're not making any changes to, right? And we pretty much talked through the ADU ADU.
Yeah, but we haven't reached a decision and we've got 90 minutes of arguing.
What time?
I thought there was only one decision point that was still out there, but
Who's the odd one out? Who has the time restriction on Friday?
Natasha.
I do.
Natasha, what's your hard out?
10 o'clock. She has a hard stop at 10 o'clock.
And we can have 4 votes though, right?
I don't want to do that to Natasha. I think she
I know,
deserves to be
I know.
part of this.
Keep it 5 votes.
So, and we have to notice this thing. I think we got to do it. I think we're going to do 8:30.
Yeah.
And
if we're finished at 9:30, we're finished at 9:30.
So you know, there's a chance we'll have to be all Zoom since I do childcare drop off. I don't know if I can get here to set up for a 8:30 in person.
Understood.
So I'll just let you know. I have to see if my husband can do drop off. But we can plan on meeting at 8:30. It just might be on Zoom. I can't promise.
I'm fine
I
with
don't know, for
that.
some reason, I kind of expected that. I don't know why.
Well, hold on, before you all disappear.
Can you definitely be here at 9?
Well,
Yeah, I can be here at 9.
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
so let's
the
plan on
wasn't- the plan
8:30.
was in person, so
And
it's in person.
And if Alex can't make it until 9, because we've got time before we have to post it. And if she can't make it until 9, we'll just have to talk real fast. Between 9 and 10, but let's try for 8:30 and we'll see if Alex.
Oh, you'll
I think
post
it
it.
was-
Yes, I think.
What's
Well,
that?
first of all, yeah.
Say that again,
I
Alex?
said being in person is more important than having an hour and a half.
I don't think so.
I do,
Oh.
I think so.
Well,
I think
can
so.
report back to you
I
when I
think so.
find out my schedule.
Okay.
We know we'll meet Friday morning.
Okay.
The 7th.
I think this is a discussion that I want to be in person if we possibly can.
I would prefer it too, but we have to deal with the limitations we have. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Will we adjourn?
Second?
Second.
Second by Artie, motion by Paul. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll come to the vote. Paul Alpert?
Aye.
That's an aye for the record. Artie Crocker?
Aye.
That's an aye for the record. Natasha Spada?
Aye.
Jean McKnight?
Aye.
For the record, that's an aye by Jean McKnight. The chair votes aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Good
Lee,
night.
would you please give a call to Chrissy?
I can't hear you.